Hello. How are we doing? My camera doesn't quite move over far enough really to capture Tiggy in all her glory and to be in a good place so that we can still see if she lies down. Oh well. You'll have to make do with that. Have you got an itchy face, Puss? Can I help? It's the one thing that her missing leg causes her trouble with, and that's cleaning this side of her face. You might have noticed her shaking her shoulder after she rubbed her face on the shelf. It's because she can't really wash it very easily. So it's my job, isn't it, Pussums? It's not even very often that she asks for help with that. Is it, darling? You're normally alright, aren't you? Yeah. Normally alright. This might be the whole stream now. Right, are we done, Boo? Let's continue with the game. So I'm going to play the, if it gives me the option, to play the recap. Otherwise we'll have to wait till because I think I stopped partway through the chapter. Yeah, we stopped partway through the chapter. Alright. So we didn't get a recap, you'll have to wait for that. But I'll play it at the beginning of the next chapter. We are... Oh, look. There's Ditchling. There's one there. And there's one there. We are currently headed to the library to do an exorcism. You're going to do an exorcism, Tiki, is that alright? You going to help? Are you going to help? You going to help with the exorcism? Is the side of your face still itchy? Right. Lit by the orange hues of the setting sun, the library feels different. What was once a quaint building in a small town now stands as an imposing structure, its walls holding something that stares back at you with menace. Maybe Kanika's right. Maybe the ghosts aren't real and the rest of tonight is going to be a pleasant break from the events of the past few days. Your thoughts jump to the ghost books you've read over the years. I assume that's books about ghosts, not books that are ghosts, but I suppose it could be either. So often the ghosts in stories are metaphors for something else. Are real ghosts metaphors too? Just as its exterior was intimidating in the setting sun, the inside of the library is dark, its shadows deep and foreboding. The meet and greet with the mayor ended some time ago, and the throngs of visitors took whatever joy was in this place with them as they left. Hey, Oscar. Are you back yet? Shh! You can't yell in the library. It's the rules. Oh, sorry. Hey, Oscar! You back yet? Shh! You can't yell in the library. It's against the rules. It's after hours. Rules only apply before 5 p.m. Now it's our domain. Does the library close at 5? What about people who work? Oh, hello. Hey, you're just in time. Rosaline is situated in the back room. Alexis is going to keep her company while we hopefully get this all sorted out. I'd love for her to be able to sleep in her own bed tonight. How's she doing? She's not quite as chipper as she was when she was on the stronger meds, but she's still doing surprisingly well. Alexis has been by her side non-stop. She's been a really good friend. Rosaline and I are both lucky to have her right now. I'm glad she's back home at least, and we'll be able to get her back into a real home in no time. I've come fully loaded. Got my EMF reader, temperature gauge, spirit box, infrared camera, UV light, video camera, salt flashlights for everybody in case a ghost messes with the electricity, parabolic microphone, sharpies and paper for automatic writing, matches and candles for rituals. And you've got your spectre sniffing compatriot at your side too. This nose can sniff out any ne'er-do-well we might find, whether spirit or scoundrel. Oh, and a Ouija board. I know they're toys, but you never know what might come in handy. Wow, this is a lot of ghost hunting stuff for something that was so last minute. Do you just have this stuff ready to go in a bug out bag or something? Of course I do. I actually stashed a couple of bags here overnight after I got back from the mines. Excuse me? I wasn't about to carry everything around all day. This way we can go in light and pop out to grab more stuff once things start getting spooky. I may never have found any compelling evidence of ghosts, but that's not for lack of trying. And after last night, I'm more than ready to try again. Hey, I hope I'm not too late. Have I missed any creepy paranormal stuff? Avery, glad you could make it. The more pairs of hands we have, the more equipment we can carry. Sure thing. Always happy to offer a hand or two. Hope you aren't taking this as seriously as everyone else. I need someone else to be rational with. Whoa, is that an EMF reader? I've never seen one in person. Look at all this stuff. Spirit box, parabolic microphone. You're really covered all your bases. Oh no. Hey, I'm as rational as they come. I'm just not ready to rule out weird paranormal stuff. When people tell me they saw a ghost, who am I to say they didn't? Hey Deathclaw, how's it going? I mean, last night you all apparently saw some truly unexplainable stuff, so anything seems possible right now. Ooh, are we skeptical or are we leaning into the crazy? I guess if we want to get on Kanika's good side, we need to be skeptical. Oh, let me move the camera down now. Tiggy's chilling. I'm going to say I don't know what we saw. Last night was weird. I don't know what we saw. Same here. It was so dark and cramped in there, I can't be sure anything I heard or saw wasn't just part of a long drawn-out panic attack. Good thing I got audio of the knocking. Real proof that we had a paranormal encounter. Or proof the rocks were shifting around us preceding a cave-in. One of these things is just slightly more likely than the other. But that's what's so great about this stuff. It's fun to be terrified, you know? Yo! Don't rush off ghost busting without Zane. No way I was going to forget your promise, Stella. Zane, glad you could make it. I was confronted with my own mortality for the first time yesterday, so I'm desperate for answers about the afterlife to ease my troubled mind. He's got his name on his t-shirt. Do you think that's like a photo of him? Now, let's go mess with some ghosts. My oh my, there certainly is a lot of humans for one little old ghost hunt. I do hope this means my dear Stella will be safe this evening, and that whatever foul creatures lurk in the shadows choose to prey on someone else. I hope my house is big enough for 6 ghost hunters at once. If this is everyone, we can go ahead and... That's everyone. Wait, what about Tabby? What about her? She's not here. Let's get started. I guess she can catch up to us once she gets here. Well, if you're itching to get started, it's through the back. Follow me. Hey, human. Kick ghost ass, okay? All my stuff in there. That was the cat. Looks like the sun is almost set. This is when stuff usually starts to kick off. I haven't been back inside for a week, so I have no idea what to expect. Hey! You're not doing this without me. If there's a ghost, I want to see it with my own eyes. Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez. I tried to stop her, but she was really convincing. Oh, hi, Zane. What's up? Yo. Rosalina, you're not supposed to be out of bed. I'm going to let Oscar handle this. It's not my place to get involved in a parent-child relationship. You decide it's best to let Oscar handle this. I've done enough resting, and it's not like hobbling around in the library is any different than hobbling around our house. I miss being there. I miss feeling home. Let the pup come. It's best to give her the chance to face our obstacles head on. Take it from an old soul like me. You shouldn't be hobbling around at all. Just take it easy until you're more healed. I've got to learn to walk around eventually. Might as well start while I'm still on pain meds. And our house is one story. It's not like I'm climbing Everest. Oscar sighs. The answer's no, Rosa. You need to rest. As if. I can't get any rest in that crappy little back room. I want a house back. I'm coming with you. Crappy? Since when do you use language like that? And we have this taken care of. Nearly half the town is here to help. What are you going to do, old man? You can't stop me. I'm injured, remember? I'm not that old. You better turn around or I'll ground you. Dad, I'm pretty sure I'm as grounded as I can get. And I'm fine. This doesn't even hurt. I don't feel anything. That's because you're on painkillers, Rosa. It doesn't mean that... But Rosalina ignores him, grimacing but confident as she hobbles forward on her crutches. Oscar says and does nothing to stop her. Okay. You all cross over the threshold and enter Oscar's living room. Family photos line the walls and stacks of books sit comfortably on wooden furniture. You can imagine long winter nights reading by the fireplace without a care in the world. Okay, looks pretty normal for now. I don't remember that picture being on the floor, but that could be non-supernatural. None of my equipment is picking up anything around the picture. But I'll set up a camera in case it falls again. Could be important evidence. You might want to save your cameras for Rosalina's room. That's where I've seen the ghost manifest. It's just down the hall. Oscar and Kanika startle as the door swings open. Hold it! You're not taking my cousin along on any more of your little hijinks without me. Tabby! Can't believe you had the audacity to give me the slip earlier today, Sasaki. After I explicitly asked you not to, at least you did the courtesy of letting me know exactly where you'd be tonight, so I didn't have to waste my time looking for you. Great, she made it. Oh, I mean great. She made it. Well, Sasaki, you really brought the whole gang together today. Yeah, I did. Everybody's here. I have every right to be here, Kanika. My family built this place, you know. Yeah, I know. We all know. Sasaki, what made you think inviting her was a good idea? She's my cousin. Yeah, we're trying to bond. Deal with it. You don't see me inviting Miles to stuff all the time. Just because you're family doesn't mean you all need to be friends. Oh, a lot's changed since high school. Maybe the two of you could be friends if you tried. Tabitha and Kanika eye each other suspiciously. The mutual disgust in their eyes tells you that Stella is not correct. But maybe for now you can ghost hunt on opposite sides of the room. Sounds like we're in for an interesting night. I'm glad I didn't stay in the same town with the people I went to high school with. No wonder small towns have so much drama. I wonder if the ghost will even show with this many people around. Oh dear, could someone please warm the air back up? My joints are creaking in this dreadful chill. Wait, is it just me or does it suddenly feel colder? Sure does. I definitely feel that. Same. I've got chills. They're multiplying. The temperature gun says it's actually a couple of degrees colder, but that's normal. Rooms and hallways are sometimes colder than other parts of the house. Whoa, genuine cold spot. I gotta snap a pic for posterity. How are you gonna snap a pic of a cold spot? Is that it? This isn't very scary. There's a lot of things I could say. Right. Yeah. Wait, Rosalina, if the ghost mostly manifests in your room, shouldn't you have seen it? I've only seen the stain. Dad made me switch rooms with him way before we moved out. I wasn't about to let my daughter sleep in a haunted bedroom. I spent most of my nights on the couch before we set up shop in the library. Even if there is something back there, I'm not scared of it. I'm mad at it. Y'all are so brave. I'd be terrified sleeping somewhere that might have a ghost. Yeah, we're wasting our time here. Oscar said the ghost is in Rosalina's room. Yeah, but we don't have to rush there. I'm sure we can deal with it from out here, right? What, are you actually scared or something? You're an adult with a child. Grow up. Shut it, Tabitha. No one wants your opinion. Stella, I've been meaning to ask, do you actually know how to get rid of ghosts? How exactly are we going to get rid of it if we find one? Well, my ghost hunting kit has symbols for every major religion, assorted holy books, a bunch of salt and some jars for ectoplasm. And if worse comes to worse, we can always use the Ouija board and politely ask it to leave. Aren't Ouija boards super cursed? Are you sure that wouldn't make it mad or invite a demon into the house or something? Ouija boards are toys. The only power they have is scaring kids at slumber parties. That sounds fun to me. We might as well try it, right? What's the worst that could happen? We make the ghost mad and it gives us more evidence. Sounds like a win-win. I think I'd rather not take the chance. One ghost is enough to deal with. I don't much like the thought of opening the door for something worse. Wow, you've never been this superstitious, Dad. This ghost is really has you freaked out. Okay. Let's head to Rosalina's room. Follow me. That feeling again, like in the mines, like the door to the clinic. A dusty, suffocating, dizzying feeling. Something is in this house, though whether it's a ghost or something worse, you aren't sure. Whoa. This is where I've seen it. It appears on top of the stain. Do you mean this massive blood stain? Oh, this is Gretchen. Do you mean this massive blood stain? It stinks to high heaven. Yeesh, that's got to be tough to scrub out. Doesn't the county own this house? Do they know about the damaged carpet? Have you seen your house? Don't see how that's relevant. Weird, I'm not getting anything either. It's not even cold. It's the same temperature as the living room. Nothing on the EMF either. Then your equipment is wrong. The stain is definitely paranormal. I've scrubbed it out too many times to count and it just keeps coming back. It's just a stain, Dad. Can't we cover it back up? I don't mind sleeping in here. Maybe we have to scrub it out first. Could be that the paranormal stuff will activate if we give it a reason to. Oh, good idea. I've never heard of a bleach-activated ghost before. You don't use bleach to clean a carpet, Tabitha. Whatever. How was I supposed to know that? Not everybody gets to learn how to clean things. If you all are offering free carpet cleaning, be my guest. Gretchen says it's a blood stain. Gretchen says? Ghost blood. Or it's just a rusty pipe leaking all over your floor. I think that would be a bigger problem than what Sasaki and Stella are suggesting. I don't know. Ghost blood sounds pretty intense. Have you all tried ripping up the carpet to see what's causing the stain? The government owns this house. There's no way I'm leaving a big red stain on their carpet. I made sure it's pristine every morning. Besides, I also kind of assumed it was ghost blood, which it is. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll just take you to court for neglect instead. Kanika's obviously right. Did it really not occur to you there could be a leaky pipe under the floor? What if there's something written under there? Only one way to be sure. Stella excitedly starts tugging up the corner of the carpet. Are we digging? Let me help. This is my area of expertise after all. Oh dear. You're doing the government a favour, really. We'll cover for you. You don't have to sweat it. Stella pulls back the carpet, revealing a hatch. The floor around it is stained in reddish brown. What if there wasn't a ghost after all? What if somebody lives down there? Okay, maybe I don't want to sleep in here. No. Whoa, a hidden hatch. This is even better than finding a message. But there's no basement in this house. At least we weren't told about a basement. And look, all the red stuff is coming from underneath. Oh yeah, this is super haunted, alright. You've got a basement chock full of ghosts. I can just feel it. Still no readings though. None of the equipment has made a sound. Of course not. You all know last month was super rainy. It's clearly been a long time since anyone stepped foot in that basement or crawl space or whatever it is under that hatch. There must be a leak that flooded the whole area under the house. The water dissolved the cork around the edge and leaked through to the carpet And it's red because North Carolina has red-ass dirt. It's simple as that. It's not mud, it's blood. Human blood. I tested it. Well, you tested it wrong. Can't be blood, right? Kanika's right. You've got a muddy floor, and that's why it's so cold in here too. There's wet dirt under the house. Congratulations! We solved your ghost problem. No way. There's an old hatch in the floor that someone tried to seal up. We're not leaving until we know what's down there. I'm with Stella. This is my room, and I need to know what's down there. Have you considered they may have tried sealing it up because it's unsafe? Uh-oh. Do you think the flooding could have made the house unstable? I'm all in on ghost hunting, but I don't know if I could crawl into another dangerous crevice. I'm going for it. You come to in Oscar's living room. You can't tell what time it is and your friends are nowhere in sight. The building feels colder and there's something about the air that feels wrong. It's stale with an undercurrent of mould and earth. It makes you feel claustrophobic as though you're in a coffin, each breath depleting what little oxygen is left. How did we end up back here? Where is everyone? Did we pass out again? Was there a gas leak in the basement or something? Is fainting some kind of weird family thing? Is there a genetic condition I need to be worried about? Not that I'm aware of. Nothing like this happened before you got to town. Who knows what sort of nastiness was festering in that basement? Your cousin marches to the front door and opens it. Why does it look like Oscar's house is in front of us? Didn't we just leave? I must just be misremembering things. Let's go. No, you're right. There shouldn't be a door there. Clearly, whatever was in the basement is messing with our heads. We just left Oscar's house. The library has to be on the other side of that door. The two of you cross the hallway and open the door. Something isn't right. It feels like a late summer afternoon. The air is warm and wet, and the scent of flowers drifts on the breeze. This... Oh yeah, there's a ditchling, look there. Do you see that creature behind the thorns? That's one of the bad omens Stella and I found in the woods. Ew. Tabitha, please tell me I'm not the only one seeing that scratchy shadow in the distance. You're not. What the hell is that thing? Am I having a stroke? Are you having a stroke? Are we both having the same stroke at the same time? Did we die? Don't be so dramatic. I think I'd know if we were dead. There's got to be an exit somewhere. We just have to look. Wait, do you hear music? Movement stirs as a figure cloaked in shadows rises to attention. Stella? Who are you? What are you doing on my property? Bark, bark. Woof. Bark. Huh? Huh? You echo Tabitha's sentiment. Stella, it's us. Did you say Eddie? No one's called me that in a long time. It's Edwardine now. I'm not a child anymore. Edwardine? Eddie? You've got to be kidding me. No, you're Stella. Yeah, quit trying to scare us. The ghost hunt thing is over. I'm taking my cousin home now. I wish I could say the same. You should have stayed gone, and you absolutely shouldn't have shown up here of all places. If you're caught, I don't think you understand what Father might do. Let's play along. I'm not scared of Father. Okay, what is this? Some kind of scene? Wow, great job. You got me. You can stop now. Off, off. I can't. It's not that easy for me. My brothers were sent to Normandy, and now I'm the only Scarlet left besides Father. I have responsibilities, Charlie. Shut up, shut up. Edwardine Scarlet, do you know that name? Tabitha tenses. Of course I do. She's our great-grandmother. And Stella knows that. But if this is some kind of possession, there's no way it's her ghost. Edwardine died in the estate. There's no reason she'd be haunting the annex. You should just get out of town while you still can. Whatever you came back for, it's not worth it. Let her go, please. She's gone, along with the shadow in the corner of the room. Come on, we must have taken the wrong door out of the annex. We're getting out of here before anything else happens. We should hold hands for safety, not because either one of us is scared. Actually, that might be a good idea, but only because I don't want you getting separated from me. She takes your hand. Hers trembles slightly in yours. Let's go back, alright? The two of you turn back the way you came. Where did the annex go? Let's try the door. But there can't be anything behind it. It's just standing there. You ignore her, walking forward and reaching for the doorknob. That's really loud. Bells ring as a cacophony rages outside. The door in front of you pulsates as figures unseen bang against it. The shaded figure from the garden sits in the corner, ever so slightly more defined. Oh yeah, he's got hands now, look. Are you kidding me? This is messed up. We need help. God, please let this call go through. Tabitha anxiously taps her foot as she waits for her phone to connect. Hey, it's... What? No, it's Tabitha. Didn't you see the caller ID? Stop interrupting me. Can't you hear what I'm... Your cousin's cut off by the dial tone of a disconnected call. Great. She couldn't hear a word I said. Looks like we're on our own. Junior! Junior, pack your things, quickly. Hurry. Jesus, Rosalina, you scared the shit out of me. Maybe we should run him out on a rail too. Make an example of the whole family. Oh. Okay, I'll pack real good. Am I going to have to deal with you doing this all night? Please, he's only a child. We'll leave peacefully. Just give us a little time. They were only children too. My boy was in there. Why should I give Junior here all the time in the world to gather his little toys and fancy clothes? My boy didn't have that kind of luxury. Oh. This ghost is showing us its memories, isn't it? It's trying to communicate with us. If she weren't possessed, Stella would love this so much. Don't listen to him. Charlie, just keep packing. Looks like the others are on their way. Better hurry up, boy, or you and your little dolls here might get burned up. And as for you, lady, what makes you think you're going to be keeping any of those valuables you're packing in that fine suitcase of yours? Yeah, I wonder if we should be paying attention to the symbolism in these rooms. That bleeding lamb portrait on the wall might be a good place to start. And the pickaxe is probably emphasizing this place's connection to the mines. You can have fun doing that yourself. Trust me, boy, the coppers ain't coming here tonight. And what makes you think you can talk to an adult like that? Maybe they should have had you working in the mines too instead of lazing around in this big house. Maybe you would have learned a thing or two about respecting your elders. Don't talk to my son like that. Don't talk to me like that, woman. I call the shots. Now get out unless you want to go up in flames with all your precious jewels and expensive dresses. You're lucky I'm even letting you leave. I think there's more to this ghost than just the mine collapse. We're still missing a lot of the story here. What more could there possibly be? We get it, ghost. You have trauma. But I've got some news for you. We all have trauma, and most of us don't use it as an excuse to trap people in some sort of psychedelic funhouse. I mean, some people use trauma as an excuse to trap people in a psychedelic funhouse. It's not unheard of. It's okay, Charlie. You can make new ones, even better than these. It's good for him. Shouldn't be playing with dolls anyway. Now you're gonna have to earn your keep, just like the rest of us, boy. No more big inheritance for you. Alexis and Rosalina are whisked away, leaving you and Tabitha in the empty room. And it's not empty, there's ditchlings. As they depart, the front door stops pounding and opens into a beckoning white void. Oh, there's a marionette there, I hadn't noticed. We're in hell. We both died, and we're in hell. Who did you call on the phone earlier? Friend of the family. Not that it matters, though. The call didn't go through, so we're on our own. Okay, let's put our heads together. What do we know? We know that we can't leave, and we know that we're not possessed, at least as far as we can tell. And whatever we saw in this room, at least, happened right after the Shaw mine collapsed in 1918. I think the only option on the table for us right now is to keep doing what it wants us to do. Maybe it'll stop at some point, or maybe we'll figure out a way to escape. There's so many ditchlings here. Yeah, there are. Those things are horrible. No wonder you were such a mess when you came back on Monday. You're right. There's only one way to get to the end of this, shall we? Yeah, let's get this over with. You and Tabitha walk up to where the pounding door used to stand and step into the void. You're outside, and it's night, a false moon looming massive in the painted sky. I mean, this is nicer. Why does the ditchling look like a seal? The night feels thick and warm, the insects lively, their calls unnaturally tinny. Everything feels warped and wrong, like you're listening to a record fished from the bottom of a pond. Ugh, what magic words do I have to say to get you to let us go? I'm sorry, okay? Whatever my family did to piss you off so much, I'm sorry. You poor dear. I've been keeping track of you, scuttling around town like a tomcat. You've fallen hard for Miss Edwardine, haven't you? Okay, the scenes are out of order. This one must be after the garden and after the collapse. That's exactly what I was thinking. This has to be after he met back up with Edwardine. Wait, what am I doing? I refuse to get invested in figuring out this weird little puzzle. There's no need to be embarrassed. Your secret is safe with me. You know, I never did approve of what the Scarlets did to your family. And what it did to the two of you young'uns. Childhood sweethearts. Just think how lovely it would be if you could just be happy together. That's what you want, isn't it? So Edwardine and Charlie. Let me just spoil it for you and say it doesn't work out. Our great-grandfather's name was not Charles. I'm sure by now you've realised the young lady doesn't plan on leaving with you, but it's not for lack of desire, as you well know. It's Enoch. Even if you dragged her over the town's limits, his hold over her would make sure neither of you were ever happy again. Just think of what happened to your poor mother and father. Do you want that to be the two of you? Has there been a theme with the possessions, like who's playing what role? Stella was Edwardine. Rosalina seemed to be the guy's mum. Alexis was some angry townsperson and Kanika some nosy old lady? If there's a pattern here, I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's just pulling the closest matches it can find. If that's the case, then I'm not too concerned about reading between the lines. The powers at work here are stronger than even your love could withstand. You need to break the bonds holding her here, then you can both go free. No more misfortune. Not for you, nor for anyone else bold enough to step foot outside the holler. Kanika minds handing you something, even though her hand is empty. Everything you need to know is on that map. I can identify some of the plants in this room. There's Jimson weed, monk's hood, and what's either Queen Anne's lace or poison hemlock, some pretty toxic stuff. And if I'm not mistaken, heavily associated with witches. Could explain the moon as well. Okay, so there are evil plants. How helpful. And the moon can mean anything. It probably just means that it's nighttime. That's where you'll find them. You need her there. And be careful. Good luck to both of you. I hope you get your happiness. And then she's gone. Tabitha sighs. Okay, let's find a way out. Unless you have any ideas. I don't think there's anything else we can do until we get to the end. Or until we die. Whichever. Before the two of you can leave, the smell hits you. Sweating, suffocated flesh with a tinge of the saccharine and stomach-churning scent of decay. There you are. I would have found you sooner, but the resonance clearly doesn't want me here. It doesn't seem to have the same issue with these miserable little parasites. popped the ditchling? Bottom feeders always manage to slip through the cracks, don't they? Hey, Wayne, you want to figure this out with us? Don't talk to it. Let Sasaki speak. I'm no enemy. Don't listen to it either. What an unfortunate situation you've been dragged into, Sasaki. I don't think that girl is any good for you. Stella, was that her name? Seems she's skilled at finding trouble. Maybe I should pay her a visit soon, if she makes it out of here alive. Tabitha bolts for the underbrush, desperately pulling you along. Stella. Tell me now, did you kill Sam Wayne? Absolutely not. I'm telling you the truth. Please stop asking. And if you see that thing again, just ignore it. Or better yet, run away. Now, come on. If it got in here, there must be a way out. Why are you calling him it? The two of you step out from the bush and into a long wooden corridor lined by bottles and rails. A figure rises to attention, blocking your way. I'm afraid he doesn't have long. If there's anything you need to say to him, I'd say it now. As Zane is swept away, the room pulls itself to you and you find yourself looming over a deathbed. Oscar lies in its centre, looking pitifully small. I'm sorry, boy. Sorry I let my troubles drive your mama away. And sorry those troubles mean I'm leaving you all alone now. Most of this room doesn't need much explaining, but what's up with the rails? After the collapse, Charles Shaw was run out of town on a rail. There's a mural of it in the library. Okay, and then the goat portrait back there is what the wounded lamb from the room with Rosalina grew up to be, same as the goat head in the garden, as in Charles Jr., Charlie. Yeah, that seems to sum it up. Jeez, I kind of feel bad for the guy. Ah, that's exactly what he wants us to feel, isn't it? The sketchy dude. He's like all around the house. Hello, thank you for stopping by. My run is going well so far. I'm not aiming for anything in particular. If you want to see how it goes, plug, it'll be on YouTube. I don't know why I'm gesturing, because you can't see me because we're on cat cam at the moment. No, it's not my first time. When chapter 4 came out, I played it I think 2 or 3 times on stream and then a bajillion times off stream. But I haven't played it since then. So I started again for this run. Now chapter 5's out. So yeah. They're all on YouTube if you want to have a look-see. But yeah, so this time I'm just playing through it, seeing what happens, seeing what's changed, because I think there's been updates in between as well that I haven't played. There's definitely been some stuff I hadn't seen before. So yeah, just playing through it, seeing what happens. Hopefully getting to chapter 5 and seeing what that's all about. I've gone with Talk with Animals and Booksmart, and it's making for an interesting run. And I'm not being... Oscar, will you just... hang on a second. Shush. Shh, 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 shh. That's better. I'm not being secretive about the fact that I can talk with animals, and it's hilarious. Ooh. Yeah, I don't have powerful builds, so I can't eat the ghost. I'm going to have to do a playthrough with that now. Right. This, though, I definitely remember from my previous runs, how he just lies there mooing like a cow. Oscar looks so small and pathetic in that bed. Yeah, but he's making a hell of a lot of noise though, isn't he? Damn it, Junior. How many times do I have to tell you? I tried to stop it from happening, but that damn snake Enoch went behind my back. Oh, what bullshit. What do you know about Enoch, Tabitha? Our great-great-grandfather. He was in charge of the mines when they collapsed. Besides that, I don't know anything, so don't bother asking. Presumably you have played through this a lot. How do I say your name? Lee Bialo? Yes, you've played it, or yes, I got your name right? Ah! Lee Bialo. Okay, cool. You're right. I've been using that excuse for too many years. At a certain point, a man has to accept when he's dug his own grave. They may have run me out, but they didn't put the bottle in my hand. Still. They destroyed our legacy, boy. Both our names are cursed with that history. I'll be dead and gone soon, but I won't be able to rest. Not until our name is cleared. Not until you can pass on this name with pride. This is my only request, Charlie. Go back there. Tell people the truth. Try to find proof. I don't know what you'll have to do, but please. I know I ain't been the best father, but I'm no murderer. So this is after the scene with Rosalina and before the scene with Stella. Sounds about right. Then the scene with Kanika. I wonder how many more of these there are going to be. Damn it, boy. I may not have till the morning. Promise me. Promise you'll go back and at the very least show that Enoch bastard what for. I'll just stand in silence. There's no point. They don't respond to me. You watch as Oscar's body seizes and falls through the sheets, taking the rattling pile of bottles with him. Daddy indeed isn't himself without his 17th glass of wine. That is true. I mean, not that I'm one to talk. Actually, Tiggy seems fast asleep now, so we could... Hello. I was saying, not that I'm one to talk, because I'm on the beer tonight. It's Friday. You gotta. This ghost is so full of it. I love that Tabitha, rather than like turning around and trying to go back the way we came, Tabitha's just like, I guess this is what we're doing. Through the bed we go. Your cousin steps forward and disappears through the hole left in the bed, leaving you to follow. You find yourself pressed uncomfortably against a trellis. A small castle sits off to one side of the wall, and the bars of a prison loom over both all of it and all of you. Climbing up the trellis again. How very Romeo and Juliet of you. Oh no, it's Avery. And he looks like a chimpanzee or something. With all the like fur. No need to run off? I won't tell the old man, though you've gotten sloppy. You should try to be more careful if you don't want him putting you in an early grave. Okay, who's this? You keep asking me things like I know any better than you do. We're both staying in the same rooms. Yes, Tabitha. But you've lived here all your life. This is my first time here. You probably do know a lot more than me. Well, exactly. You're the one who grew up here. I just thought you might recognise stuff. It's not like this is exactly what the real world looks like, is it? How am I supposed to recognise anything when it's all messed up like this? For all we know, none of this even happened. Someone's getting defensive. And even if any of this did happen, who's to say this is even close to accurate interpretation? We're watching the memories of a dead man. No, not one of her brothers. I'm a prisoner. Another victim of the Scarlet's lies, like you, Charles Shaw. The castle, the goat knight, the unicorn. Where's the unicorn? Oh, there. The Castle, the Goat Knight, and the Unicorn are the estate, Charles Jr. and Edwardine, I'm guessing. But that's definitely not her behind those bars. No, definitely not. A mere generation makes no difference. His blood runs in your veins, does it not? And now, it runs in hers. Yes, it seems your little trysts bore fruit. And oh, will you ever be in trouble when the old man finds out? Tabitha's eyes go wide. But if this is the estate, is there room with bars on the window? Shh! Let it talk. I think this might be important. You know you don't have to keep dangling there. Come inside. You'll be able to hear me through the door just fine. The world around you swirls, and you and Tabitha find yourselves pulled to the other side of the wall. A door bound by countless locks and chains pulses before you. Or pulsates before you. This is definitely supposed to be the estate, but I can't tell how much of this is real and how much is metaphor. Stop talking, we might miss something. That's not what I invited you in for. I couldn't escape even with your help. I merely wanted to offer a warning. Leave town, now. You maintain your silence. You can't take her with you, it's not possible. You can always stay and die. But if I were you, I'd use my healthy legs and run as far away from Scarlet Hollow as possible. I hear the beaches are nice. Why don't you take a permanent vacation there? I'm guessing he doesn't do that. Yeah. In which case, this Charlie guy had nobody to blame but himself. Hear that, Ghost? You had every warning. You could have just left. Ah, you've been talking to the witch then. How very interesting. Charlie, get away from the door. Don't listen to it. Oh, yeah, there she is. Hello. Stella. This is like being stuck in some sort of soap opera. Let's hope this one doesn't last 20 seasons. We have to be nearing the climax, right? How does it know that? This is too much. I just want to go home. Do you feel sick? I feel sick. Are we related to Charlie? No. As far as... No, and I know that for a fact. Even if we can trust what we've seen here, I'm sure Grandma Eddie just miscarried or something, right? Come on. The quicker we get through this, the quicker we'll be out of this ghost place. Hopefully. You and Tabitha walk after Stella and into the darkness. Ah, so we're a kid again because we've got the lamb rather than the goat. You and your cousin find yourselves crouched under a large table. Stella stares through you as indecipherable murmurs and shuffling feet echo from the ends of the table. Ugh, I don't know why, but this feels so much worse than the last room. Yep. They're so lovely. Are you sure I can keep one? You must have worked very hard on them. Neither of them ever left the shadow of their parents, did they? I guess not. I don't think either Charlie or Eddie really got what they wanted out of life. Doesn't justify what this ghost is doing, though. I'll try to keep it away from my brother so he doesn't smash it. Though I wish I could make it move like you can. And you can even do the voices. You know, you could probably make real money if you put on a show for people. Dang, even possessed Stella is out here trying to monetize hobbies. Don't joke, you're pissing off the ghost. A travelling show? And you'd want me there too? Oh, we could go to towns along the beach. I've heard the Outer Banks are the most beautiful place in the world. I wish we could go back in time all those years ago and tell them what we know. Me too. Thank you, Charlie. I've always wanted to see the ocean. Oh, see ya. There. Are you done now, Charlie? Can we leave? Everything crashes to a thunderous black before you or Tabitha can get in another word. A single spotlight remains, illuminating a trapdoor in the centre of the stage. You feel drawn to it. We're the final performers, aren't we? We must be. Which one of us is going to open the door? I'm scared. Well, I'm not. It creaks open, all on its own. Oh god, this is so much worse than opening it ourselves. You and Tabitha are shoved from behind and tumble through the hatch. Took some digging, but it's there. The map was right. It means there's hope, Eddie. Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. We can be happy to get... Eddie? Oh god, I'm actually going to be sick this time. Your cousin violently heaves into the void, but nothing comes up. There's nothing here. This place is completely empty. Whatever it is that Enoch did, we can undo it. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Enoch died nearly 80 years ago. Does it matter what he did? Does it even matter if you frame Charles Shaw at this point? Who's left to be hurt by any of this? Oh, what now? Do you repent? Do you repent for your crimes? Yes? What? Don't answer it. You must answer for the crimes committed by your scarlet blood. Are you kidding me? I hate it here. I hate it here so much. Until you do, I cannot die. I want to die, please. I've been alone in the dark for so long. All I ask for is some of your years. To pay for the years that were taken from me. What are you saying? My life was stolen from me. I want some of yours. It's only fair. No, no, no. It's absolutely not fair. You've got to be kidding me. Neither of us had anything to do with what happened to you. The sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. One of you must forfeit. It doesn't matter which. Bullshit. You're on trial here, aren't you? Advocate for yourself. Advocate for yourself. If you're putting us on trial, you need to give us a chance to present our case. Yeah, we have rights, you know. I take it you have a plan then? Your plea is met with silence, but silence isn't judgment. Keep talking. For all your focus on the collapse and your death, have you forgotten about Eddie's pregnancy? We're not just Scarlets, we might be Shaws. Why should the sins of our forefathers be passed on to us? Were Charles Shaw's sins passed on to you? In life, did you want to punish Edwardine and Enoch, or did you want to move on and build a brighter future together? Fresh tension bubbles up in the air. You're almost out of this. Yeah, you don't need anything from us, but from us to move on. Whether you realise it or not, nobody's keeping us here but you. We can't give you closure. The jury box is pulled away as you and Tabitha are brought face to face with the spirits. It's time for your closing argument. It's time to go, Charlie. Silence. Poor Charlie. And then everything fades to black. You and Tabitha come to in a basement, a mound of packed dirt in front of you. Your friends are nowhere to be seen, though Sybil remains standing on the stairwell as if she's been patiently waiting for you to get up. Ah, the spirit is gone and the two of you are back, and both of you are whole. I have to admit that's quite an unexpected outcome. Excellent work, Sasaki. Thank you! I hope you don't mind, but I took advantage of the distraction to free everyone else. They're all outside. Take all the time you need to collect yourselves. I'll see you out there. Sybil heads up the stairs, leaving you and Tabitha alone in the basement. Huh, so that actually worked. I've got to stop picking fights with you. Yeah, investigate the shallow ground. Before you go, you decide to investigate the shallow ground in the middle of the room. Tabitha follows close behind you and watches you dig. Charlie's mummified remains stare up at you, sad and broken at the bottom of the pit. There's another stone carving down there, just like the one we saw in the mine last night. This must have been where the map took him. Your cousin stands in contemplative silence. Yeah, I guess so. We'll see if you still feel that way in the morning. What way? Come on, let's go. Yeah. You're outside. It's real this time. A cool autumn breeze blows small piles of dried leaves across the steps of the library. Finally, we're out of the funhouse. I'm going to go wait by the car. The last thing I want to do after all that is talk to people. Tabitha doesn't wait for you to respond, pushing past you and heading towards the car. I'm going to peace out too. Back-to-back encounters with my immortality. I've got a lot to ponder. See you, Vaselina. See you, Alexis. Zane walks off down the road. How are we supposed to know it would be like that? Things have been strange around town, sweetie. Now's not the time to be poking around in the supernatural. I thought you learned that lesson yesterday. But magic isn't real. I mean, it's not supposed to be. God, that hurt. Everything is so sore. My bones weren't meant to bend like that. I'm going to be hurting for a few days at least. And poor Rosalina. I'll make sure to bring them both some tea later. I think I have just the thing. Mum, this is no time for tea. Jesus, the girl's lost a leg. She needs real medication. Real medication comes from natural ingredients, doesn't it? What I have to offer is no different than what Dr. Kelly would prescribe. And besides, after all you've seen, are you really so sure that you have that much of a grasp on the real and unreal? Sasaki, is it really gone? It was a bit of a Hail Mary, but yeah, it's gone. I didn't have to sacrifice anything. You're too modest. It's a considerable feat to reason with a spirit like that. I can't believe you actually got us out of there. And you got our house back. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. I'll do my best to make it up to you. Do you think the ghosts are actually real? Stella's got to be over the moon right now. Actually, wait, where is Stella? Oh, she's just standing there by herself. That isn't like her. Is she okay? I was wondering the same thing. We just saw Ghost and she's off standing by herself. Which, like, fair. That would be a normal reaction from anyone else who'd just seen a ghost. But this is Stella we're talking about. Go talk to Stella. I'm going to go check in with her. You walk over to Stella. And we will talk to Stella. In a couple of minutes. After the break. I will see you then. But every time I do that, no, yeah, it leads to a dead end. Oh, that's not a dead end. That's a person.
First to come this way.
Shoot down. What? Do I? Oh, I do! I do got this! Right, where did I need to swim? Like here? What are you? Can't get you. Ooh. I got eaten by a shark. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your bushes. Shake your bushes. Whoa, shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your bushes.
Hit their head.
Oh yeah, there's a facelet. There's mouth and a nose and eyes. Ah, do I have to jump over this? Oh, cue to roll. Woo! 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 Forward rolls uphill. That is impressive. Oh, wait! I think I did it. But ads want to play. Oh, no! Oh, shit. I mean, very, very much not.
Oh. Oh no, no, my dear dark gods below, no!
A memory shard.
Little
A container
smile.
into which brief
They're getting a little more better. Like the fluidness. Like, see, we were getting a little more attuned to it, you know. So it's
Oh,
good, it's fun to see.
Yeah, but
progress.
don't get too confident.
I'm not gonna get too cocky here. I'm not gonna be moving 2 joints ahead. Jeez Louise.
Are you jumping so I fell off?
What?
Oh!
Oh wait,
Oh!
you're bouncing back
Oh!
up!
Oh! Oh! That was nearly quite good.
That would have.
Stella. I've never seen anything like what we saw tonight. Absolutely dreadful. And I don't think my dear Stella is having an easy time with it. Oh, hey, Suzaki. I'm so sorry I couldn't get you out of there sooner. I'm so sorry, Suzaki. I don't think I can talk right now. I'll call you, okay? She hurries off down the road. I think she took the brunt of things in there. No wonder she's having a hard time right now. Should we go after her? I think she just needs some time to herself. Stella's never been the kind to share her burdens, and I doubt that'll change just because somebody goes chasing after her. If anything, it'd just make her clam up even more. She's a strong girl. She'll be okay. I'm honestly surprised she and Zane are the only ones heading out right now. You've all been through something awful. Each and every one of you needs rest. Oh, and Tabitha went as well. Especially you, Kanika. We don't want that cold of yours to get any worse. There was another carving in there. They keep giving me visions. I wonder if those things are tied to everything supernatural that's been happening. Yeah, I wonder. One is a coincidence, but 2 of them on back-to-back nights? I mean, one isn't a coincidence. One thing on its own can't be a coincidence, can it? And if you and Stella are right, and there's another one in the clinic... I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. You've been finding carvings around town and they've been giving you visions. I remember you mentioning that this morning. There's more than one of those things. I'm sure everyone here could stand around theorising about this and that all night long. There'll be plenty of time for that tomorrow. Suzaki, if you have the time, I'd love to discuss these visions over tea after you've had the chance to get some rest. I can't believe I let Rosalina go in there. How could I have been so careless? I mean, you didn't let her go in there. You tried to stop her, my dude. After everything she went through in the last day, how could I have let this happen? I mean, how is she home? Like, 1 day after she's had her foot chopped off. That's bonkers. I ran into Wayne in one of those rooms and he vaguely threatened Stella if I kept poking around. Wait, are you serious? That creep threatened her? Should we be worried about her? He also crushed a ditchling with his... I mean, it was his bare feet. It wasn't his bare feet. He had shoes on. It was pretty scary. That's just another reason we should keep our distance. Stella's smart. Hopefully she'll be okay. There was someone else in there, but that's my house. Rosalina and I live there. Did he say anything else to you? We don't need to trouble Sasaki for any details. No one pay any mind to that man. He's just a drifter. He'll be gone soon enough. What do you know, Sybil? In the meantime, steer clear, and he won't make trouble. Yeah, you actually tried pretty hard to warn us about things, Oscar. None of us took you seriously enough. Well, I should have done a better job of warning you. I should have known how bad it could have gotten in there. I shouldn't have let Rosalina come with us. Dad, what did I tell you? Stop blaming yourself. You couldn't have stopped me. If you tried, we were just going to sneak in after you. Yeah, Rosalina was going to make us go in there no matter what. You didn't put a ghost in our house. This is not on you. I know you've both had a difficult time with this, but the storm has passed and everything's worked out. Things will start getting better from here. Were you all conscious that whole time? Everyone glances at each other. Yeah. It was awful. Kind of fun too, but mostly awful. Pretty sure we remember everything, at least up until Sybil showed up and snapped us out of it. Do any of you know who you were supposed to be? No idea. The words just came out. There was no context, nothing. There was a weird feeling, like an overwhelming guilt. I was so angry. I was mostly just scared. I didn't feel any of those things. I don't know how to describe it. I felt powerful. I was just cold. What was it like, being puppeted? They all glance away. It hurt. Why didn't I make the kids stay behind? I can't believe I let that happen to them. Dad, this might be the overwhelming pain and exhaustion talking, but shut up. I love you. You didn't do anything wrong, okay? I had no idea what I was going to say until the words were already spilling out. It was like I had no control over myself. I remember each and everything I said. It was like it was burned into my memory. You poor souls. I can't begin to imagine what you've all been through. We should probably get going. It's starting to get chilly out. There's still work to do to get Rosalina set up for the night. Don't be a stranger and let us know if you need anything, Oscar. I will. Thank you, all of you, again. I believe it's time for me to get my daughter home as well. But, Kanika dear, you haven't been feeling well. You need to get some rest. Okay. Kanika wearily treks back to the general store. Before I go, Sybil places a hand on your arm, holding you back for a moment. I'm sure you have questions after everything you saw tonight, but let's not get into it here. I think everyone could use a little rest and relaxation right now, yourself included. If you swing by the tea room sometime tomorrow, say early afternoon, you and I can have a little chat. I'll see you then, Sasaki. Sybil leaves you and catches up to her daughter. I guess it's just the two of us now. So you have no idea who you were? I could roughly place most of the others. None whatsoever, but I remember everything I said, and I remember that cold feeling. Prison of the Scarlets. I wonder what your family was up to back then. Guess we can add it to the ever-growing pile of mysteries. What do you remember? As far as I know, all of it. I might start forgetting soon, but for now it's all fresh. The twisting wasn't the most pleasant, but even though I feel like I got tossed in a blender, it honestly made me feel so alive. So you don't regret coming along tonight? Look, that was a horrible experience that will stick with me for the rest of my days. But it was also kind of amazing for that. I don't know if that makes sense, but how many other people can say they were possessed by a ghost? I guess you've finally got some shared trauma with everyone now. Avery chuckles, then grabs at their ribs, wincing. Yeah, I guess I do, huh? I know tonight was horrific, but it was also thrilling, and knowing we all went through it together makes it easier. There are people to commiserate with tomorrow morning when the soreness really starts to set in. Which reminds me, I'd better get back home. I'm supposed to have a shift tomorrow morning. I might have to call in sick, but here's hoping a good night's sleep is enough to heal up. Hey, buddy. You coming over here? You want cuddles? Come here. Whee, got ya. Avery heads off, leaving the square in front of the library empty. Time to wrap things up here. Hi. Oh, I need a bath, do I? The ride back is quiet but not tense. Tabitha looks lost in thought as her glazed eyes stare at the winding mountain road. Thanks for coming along tonight. That place would have been a lot worse without you. I'd say that someone had to be there to watch your back, but I guess you wound up handling everything just fine by yourself. So I guess ghosts are real. Yeah, I guess so. How do you feel about that? Same as I felt before we went into that house. You'd be surprised how quickly people adjust to terrible realities. I'd much rather move on from what happened tonight than make a big deal out of it, and I'm sure most of your little friends feel the same way. Still, you did a good job tonight. I'm almost proud to call you my cousin. I'm not going to say, do you trust me now? That's going to get her back up. You slide back in silence as the car makes its way back to the estates. You're back inside. After the events of this evening, the howling winds and unsteady creaks of the estate almost feel like a warm welcome. Well, we're back. I still can't believe we made it out in one piece. I want to talk about Wayne. Really talk. Here we go. Do you think he's actually going to hurt Stella? No. He's a creep, but I don't think he has it in him to hurt her. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Stella is irritatingly resourceful. She'll be fine. So Wayne's a he now? Back in the ghost realm, he was an it. Ugh, does it really matter? I was scared in there. And right now I'm exhausted. I can barely think straight. Who cares if Wayne is a he or an it anyways? Either way is bad news and you'd best steer clear. You really don't want me talking to him. What's he know that you're afraid I'll find out? I just know him. Please trust me when I say it's bad news. Why is he following me? He's a creep, stalking his ex's cousin. Well, the more reason not to talk to him. He's a different man now. Stay away from him. Why is he all gross? He's sick or something. Probably part of why he's such a creepy weirdo now. I don't know if it's contagious, but I wouldn't rule it out, so don't go near him. Do you think Stella's okay? She's a pest, and like all pests, she has an uncanny way of bouncing back from things. She'll be fine. You might have gotten rid of that ghost, but I'm still traumatized. That's great. Now you're really a Scarlet. Let this be a lesson to you, Sasaki. Any updates on the strike plans? They're bluffing. They value their paychecks too much to take on that kind of a risk. I'm sure this will all blow over soon. If it doesn't, well, I guess this bad week will just keep getting worse. Okay, time to go to bed. That's a good idea. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Don't keep poking around looking for trouble. You'll just have to make it to the funeral. 4 more days, that's all. And then the bus comes. You know, I don't have to leave the Hollow. I could get used to this place. You've got plenty of time to think that over. Anyway, night. See you tomorrow. You don't even notice yourself entering the guest room and falling into bed. Suddenly you're just there, buried under your family's musty covers. It's Wednesday night. Nearly half a week has passed since you first arrived in town, and a little over half a week remains until the bus comes to take you home. The spirit of Charles Shaw Jr. has been put to rest, but disaster still looms over the town of Scarlet Hollow. Still, tonight was a good night, and you fall asleep with a gentle, well-earned smile on your face. Okay. Let's see a recap, because a lot happened. Most of it happened last week. Funeral of Pearl and Scarlet. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. Afraid. So what do you say? You want to tag along? Hold the camera for me while I narrate against the darkening sky, that sort of thing. Delete those words when I come carrying a mountain lion corpse out of those woods at dawn. Can you hear the sweet whispers of new growth? I mean, obviously, we went for Gretchen. That is horrible. Welcome home. Ditchlings. Oh, he's still here. Yeah, stay out of trouble. Yeah. See, I tried staying in the house, and then I got dragged out of the house, so I was trying to be a good girl. But Sybil was like, we gotta go! Then we got some lunch and heard about Sam Wayne. And then we saw Sam Wayne. See, I don't know if I missed it in my first gajillion playthroughs, but I always thought Wayne was his first name. Yeah, going into the mines. Going into the mines. Then we saw the carving and had a vision. Tabitha got angry with me. Apparently it was my fault. And then we met Dustin's mum. Someone in the glass house. We met Janie. And then I tried listening in on their conversation, but I couldn't hear anything. Are you a sleepy boy? Oh, are you a sleepy boy? Sleepy boy. You can have a sleep. Yeah, hi Bo. I saved a dog rather than your dad. I hope that's okay. And then we hung out with Avery because F. Jones fell madly in love with Avery within approximately 0.2 seconds of meeting them. And then we met the mayor. We had a good old chat. And then we met the priest. We had a good old chat. And we found out he can talk to animals too. And then we met Reese. And we had a good old chat. Had a chat with everyone, didn't we? And I mean, anyone who saw my previous playthroughs knows exactly what's wrong with Reese. But I'm not going to spoil it, just in case. And then this is where we got to... So I'll just click through, because we've just seen all this. Wake up. You open your eyes. It's a new day. Last night seems so far away. You can almost pretend the horrors you witnessed in the annex were nothing but a nightmare chased away by the harsh morning light. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine. A shudder. But your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Hey, have you heard from Stella? I haven't been able to get hold of her. I thought she might have checked in with you. You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella. Everyone had a rough night. She's probably still shaken up. Yeah, but I don't love that she's out there somewhere by herself, considering all the shit that's been going down. Look, I know we haven't exactly gotten along, but we should meet up in town and look fair together. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. Check the closet. The doll's moved. Fuck. There's no denying it. The doll moved at some point since your most recent visit. But your long-dead relative's creepy doll isn't the only thing that's different. Someone was in here. Something to mull over for the rest of the day. You right, Dustin? You open the drawers. They both have bread now. Human is back. Maybe changed mind about eating us. Could be the end of Dustin and Dustin, Mum. I'd never eat you. I love you. Dustin, Mum know better than to trust. When push come to shove, survival more important than friendship. Dustin, Mum spend too much time outside. It different inside. There enough bread for everyone here. No need to eat, friends. Dustin still have childhood innocence. Hope Dustin get to keep that innocence forever. I guess your glass house still has that squatter. Tried to reclaim glass house last night, but asshole squatter too big and strong. Dustin, Mum stand no chance. Do you hear that, Puss? Poor Dustin's mum. Might have to live in Dustin house forever. Human big and strong too. Probably more big and strong than asshole squatter. You fight? Give Dustin Mum glass house back? Can you tell me about this squatter? I want to know what I'm up against. Squatter have big sharp things on head. Nasty attitude. Fast like bug, but big like monster. Dustin shivers at Dustin's mum's description. Mum brave. Human be careful, but Dustin Mum would be eternally grateful to Human. Dustin too. Let's get going. Enjoy your bread, folks. Okay. That's that. Have a shower. You step into the guest bathroom and into the shower. Feels good to wash away the grime of last night's haunting, but eventually you'll have to leave this place and confront the rest of the day. In the meantime, you... think about Sybil's warning. The worst is yet to come. It's time to face your cousin. You find her in the kitchen, her shoulders hunched in a tight ball of anxiety. They weren't bluffing after all, they're actually striking. And this week of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. I've had a full day to prepare for this, though. They won't know what's coming for them. Thanks again for having my back on this. I know how some of you city folk feel about unions, so the early warning was a pleasant surprise. If history is anything to go off here, it almost doesn't matter how strong the strike seems. This is Tabitha's battle to lose. There isn't a union in Scarlet Hollow, which means a proper strike isn't even legal. Your cousin can do pretty much whatever she wants. She could fight everyone and wait them out, for instance, or pick and choose her targets. Talk about the strike. You're in a really difficult spot right now. Gee, I hadn't noticed. Hopefully it'll be over soon. Do you know what the strikers even want? I haven't seen a list of demands. I'm sure it's just the usual. I promise you that if any one of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune. What happened last night? It feels good, doesn't it? Getting rid of something our family left behind like that. Sure, but you did most of the heavy lifting there. It's so surreal. I still can't get over that. I can. What does it actually change about anything? I still have a mind to run, and you still have a funeral to attend. Kanika can't get a hold of Stella. Do you think she's alright? I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. If the mine's in trouble, you should just sell it and sell the estate. Get out while you still can. Tabitha bristles. I'm not giving up like that. This is the Scarlet Mine. I'm not just going to cash out on our family's legacy. I'm bringing the mine back to life one way or another. Okay. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. I've not been trying to hijink. Just hijinks happen. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay? Aww. Frou-frou. You walk over to the cat. Oh, c'est toi. Qu'est-ce que tu veux maintenant? Do you know anything about the stone carvings scattered around town? I am not here to be your, comment dit-on, chien détective. Je suis une chatte. I'm here to watch you flail about in the darkness. I'm not here to provide answers to whatever feeble mysteries confound your feeble American mind. I missed you last night, Frou-Frou. That makes one of us. Will you ever let me pet you? And coat my fur in your disgusting human oils? No. Thanks for not attacking the opossums who live in my drawer. They're my friends, and if anything bad ever happened to them, there would be hell to pay. Of course you would consider those rats to be your friends. I will not dirty my claws with their diseased flesh. Nod respectfully. She scoffs, her tail twitching with annoyance, but you can sense she's less annoyed than she usually is. Maybe she's getting used to you. Bye, Frou-Frou. Good talk. She scoffs as you turn away. Right, we need to investigate the garden. We need to see what's in the greenhouse. The air is chilly today, the overcast sky hanging oppressively over the weed-choked flower beds. Greenhouse. You start carefully picking your way through the underbrush. It doesn't take much effort to find a path. Cuttings of prickly raspberry bushes and tangled vines litter the ground around the greenhouse. The glass house, one could say. You step towards the door. It's sealed shut by a lock, and you catch a brief glimpse of a horned shadow through the ancient clouded glass. I will talk to whatever's behind the door. Got an achievement. Meet Dustin's true enemy. It's sealed shut by a lock, and you catch it under what's your name, little guy? Goat. What are you doing in the greenhouse? Human put me here. Can't complain. Pretty sweet digs, honestly. Stays nice and warm. There's plenty of eats, too. Did the human have a brown coat and big boots? Coat, like, what, fur? Nah, not brown fur, yellow fur. Just on top, like all you humans. Don't know what boots are, can't help you there. Where did you come from? Farm. Used to live with other guys like me. Kinda miss them. Not that much. Don't gotta show anymore. Hey, whoever you are, there's a possum would like you to leave. She was here first. This is her house. Don't want to leave. I live here now. She can deal. Examine the lock. I need tools, okay? Guess I'll leave you to it then. See ya. Or not. It's wild world out there. You've investigated the garden. With Stella missing, it's best not to keep Kanika waiting for much longer. Is she missing, though? Or is she just in her house? I mean, we're going to have a PB&J. Stella's MIA. Who knows when you'll get the chance to eat? You make yourself a PB&J in anticipation of the long day ahead of you. I'm sorry, Euclid. Am I not giving you enough fusses? He keeps turning and looking at me like, hello, I'm here. And that's that. Head to town. The sun shines down through a thin layer of clouds, illuminating the path in a watery grey light. You can't help but feel countless eyes watching you from the tree line. Ditchlings. A feeling that reminds you of your time in the woods with Stella. Ditchlings shouldn't be out in the middle of the day, though. They're getting bolder. I mean, shouldn't they? To your surprise, you find a familiar face making its way up the path towards you. Hey, I was just coming up to see you. Hope you were able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. I was up most of the night, totally wired on adrenaline. I feel like we need to flirt. You were coming up to see me? That's sweet. What can I say? I'm someone who knows what they want. I would have walked up here at the crack of dawn, but I figured I should let you sleep at least a little longer, though not too much longer. Had to make sure you didn't go running off into trouble, not without me. There's ditchlings everywhere now, even though it's daytime. Avery turns to survey the tree line. I noticed a few on my way up. Kind of funny now that I'm getting a good look at them, with their scrunched up little Shar-Pei faces. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but like, are they dangerous? They're not going to eat me if I take a wrong turn, right? Not eaten, just used as an incubator. That's probably worse though. I don't know. They've only been using wild animals so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if they switch to larger prey soon. An incubator, so they don't eat people. That's not so bad. I could handle a couple of eggs under my skin. I mean, is getting a parasite like that really any different than being eaten alive? They're still eating you, just more slowly and from the inside. Sure, I get where you're coming from, but that's a pretty big difference. If a mountain lion gets me, that's just kind of it, you know? I'm sure the wonders of modern medicine would be able to yank a couple of eggs out of me. Heck, maybe I'd even be able to let the eggs hatch instead of just having them removed. It'd be sad to kill the babies, but at the end of the day, if it's me or them, I gotta go with self-preservation. I was wondering when you'd finally say something really weird. I knew you seemed too normal to live here. Normal's boring. Hope that's not a deal breaker. How are you today? I'm great. With something like a possession, I kind of feel like there are more upsides than downsides. There aren't a lot of people out there who can say they've been through something like that. It's a pretty cool badge of honour as far as I'm concerned. Have you heard anything from Stella? I haven't heard from her, though we don't text much. I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for an early breakfast or anything. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable. Seems like those walls are finally starting to crack. I hope she's okay. Yeah, Kanika and I are meeting up to look for Stella. Wanna come? Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I've got time. I don't know how much time, though. From what I saw this morning, there were already a few miners holed up in there. They must be using it as a home base for the strike. Let's head to town. Yeah, good idea. You and Avery start back down the path to town. I guess we're doing an Avery romance run. It isn't long until you once again find yourself on the main street of Scarlet Hollow. Sasaki, you made it! And you picked up an Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, like, emotionally. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Better after seeing Sasaki. That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted and super foggy. Mum's been insisting I caught a cold and I wasn't buying it, but as of this morning, I've come around. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've all had. But I'm not going to let that stop me looking for Stella. Yeah, I'm supposed to go see her mum at some point today. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told all of us last night. Maybe she's going to read your fortune. After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mum's always had a bit of that Glinda vibe going for her. Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole New Age mystic thing. A lot's happened in the past couple of days. Ugh, I need to take a page out of Stella's book and just block this shit out. I need to be focused. I can't keep having all these existential crises. There'll be plenty of time for tea after we've found Stella. Do you still think there could be a rational explanation for all this? Kanika sighs heavily. Rational? Sure. Rooted in the reality that, until a few days ago, I thought was devoid of all magic and supernatural shit? No. Ghosts are real. They can suck you into illusory dimensions and puppet your body like a fleshy marionette. Next thing you know, we'll find out there's a secret society of warlocks running the country, or that angels are real. You gotta admit, it's kind of thrilling, isn't it? Anything could be possible. Who knows what the new day holds for all of us? It would be a little more thrilling if it weren't terrifying. All the magical stuff we've found so far just wants to hurt us. We need a magical being that's on our side. Where are the magical girls when you need them? So I guess we already have an animal whisperer, don't we? That's pretty magical. Do ditchlings count as animals? Maybe you could talk them into skipping town. It's probably a lost cause. Something tells me they won't want to miss whatever buffet of misery they think is waiting in their future. Kaneki, your mum's totally a witch, right? Maybe she's the magical girl. No way, she's just a new age crystal and herbs lady. She's not... You don't think... She could be for real. Anything seems possible these days. No, I'm not. I'm not worried about either of those two things. Yeah. Let's go follow Stella. Find Stella. Where to first? Yeah, let's go to Stella's house. Good place to start. Maybe she just slept in. That's what I'm hoping. I would have gone already, but I was kind of nervous about doing anything myself today, just in case I ran into yet another horror from beyond the veil or whatever. Kanika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. I'm not from around here. Is it normal for people to leave their doors open? I've left my patio door open on occasion, usually when I'm home, but I've had squirrels take that as an invitation one too many times to bust in and take a few bites out of my plants, so even I keep my doors closed. It's bad enough that they go after everything in the community garden, but to come into my house and help themselves to my precious leafy babies, the squirrels of Scarlet Hollow are my only true enemies. And Stella would definitely know better than to leave her door wide open like this, especially considering the ditchling situation. Might as well invite ourselves in, right? Yeah, we should go in. Cool, I'll be brave and go first. Avery casually steps over the threshold and into Stella's house. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here. It doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything, unless it happened in another room, or maybe someone or something caught her off guard. You didn't have to add that last part. I'm going to forget you said that and just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Investigate the kitchen. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple of cabinets are hanging open and a loaf of bread sits on the counter by a used butter knife. Looks normal to me. I don't know, it's a little messy. If this is a little messy, I don't know what you'd call my room. I wasn't judging, there's nothing wrong with a little mess. Or a lot of mess. We're getting off track. Stella's house has always felt a little sterile to me. This feels a little too lived in, if that makes sense. Maybe that's just because I've only ever been over when she was already expecting me. Maybe this is just a rare peek behind the curtain at the real Stella. The real Stella should call her friends and let them know she's okay. Stella's room. We'll do a snoopy snoop. She's not here. That's a little untidy. It's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. I'd better not hear a single comment about this room being messy. I wasn't going to say anything. Computer? I'm not sure we should be snooping on her computer. Isn't that an invasion of privacy? We already broke into her house, right? For all we know, there could be some sort of clue on there, like a note detailing exactly where she is. We didn't break into her house. The door was left wide open. Well, maybe the computer was left open too? Exactly. If there isn't a password, maybe we're supposed to take a peek. Maybe we'll find the first note in an elaborate scavenger hunt she set up overnight. Okay, fine, but I'm going to stand over your shoulder the whole time and make sure you don't go looking for anything personal. Stella's desktop is horrifically cluttered. There are simply too many files and folders to fit on her monitor, and they overlap each other in a chaotic multi-layered display. Whoa, how do we find anything on here? I'm suddenly a lot less worried about an invasion of privacy and a lot more worried about this being a complete waste of time. Book smarts sift through the chaos. You've spent plenty of time with computers and are more than capable of sifting through the chaos of a messy desktop. One folder catches your eye, boring tech stuff. Years of helping friends with their computers have made you all too familiar with this folder. Is it porn? Is it porn? Is that where all her porn is? Are we about to look at Stella's porn? Boring tax stuff never contains boring tax stuff. For that matter, it never contains anything related to taxes, and its contents are never boring. It's usually porn. You open the folder. You're surprised to find it contains a carefully mapped out diagram of the Scarlet Hollow mines, including holes in fences and areas with low visibility. There's also a handful of old photos of Stella and Tabitha together as teenagers. Tabitha wears an uncharacteristic grin, an authentic joyful smile. And Stella's eyes are somehow brighter, less tired. Both of them seem to be living in a happier time. Okay, this is way too personal. I'm going to go stand in a corner while you wrap this up. You think? Open tabs. It would take you all day to count the number of open tabs in Stella's browser. So numerous are her tabs that you can't see a single icon. A sea of rounded featureless triangles from Windows Edge to Windows Edge. Her most recently opened tab is a post on Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm, a forum for cryptozoology enthusiasts. You visited Uncle Carl's Bigfoot Farm in the past. Despite the name, and despite the fact the posters call themselves Carl's Big Feet, the community takes itself very seriously, and it's one of the more consistently active cryptid boards on the web. The post in question is titled "Something Big is Happening in Scarlet Hollow." Hey everyone, I was out chasing skunk ape sighting the other day and I found these weird little guys. My friend's mum says there's something called ditchlings, but I've never heard of them before. Anyone have any good leads? Camera isn't shaky enough, this is totally staged. Clean footage and some sort of cryptid nobody has heard of except for your friend's mum. The only thing I'm seeing when I Google ditchlings is some city in England. Thought you were legit. Guys, since when did high quality footage count as anything other than actual evidence? These things are terrifying. Since every low-budget horror movie started doing guerrilla marketing, I smell an ARG. I'm serious, I've got a ton of extra footage. Look at what they've been doing to animals in town. They're apparently some sort of bad omen, like Mothman. Okay, I'm listening. I love me a Mothman. I believe you. Ugh, lucky you're falling right into her lap. I don't trust YouTubers. They're entertainers, not scientists. Thread continues into the next day. Hey, okay, so one, this isn't an ARG. I would never. And two, you are not going to believe this, but we went into some abandoned mine last night to investigate things, and I'm pretty sure we found some Tommy knockers. Listen to this knocking we managed to catch on tape. There's a link to an audio file titled Tommy Knockers Real Wow. Just because you put the word real in your file name doesn't mean they're real. 2 supernatural events on back-to-back nights? This is so fake. I can't believe I bought into that River Runner hype. You're so full of it. YouTubers are always going to sell out to big indie horror. This is Kidnapped by Aliens all over again. Also, lol, doughy white things and now loud popping noises. This is definitely an ARG. Did you sell out to Pillsbury? Stop cyberbullying her. I'm going to call them mods. Locking this thread and giving everyone a 7-day ban and no cyberbullying and no self-promo. The thread ends. Ouch. Search history. She hasn't visited any websites since Tuesday night. If she came home after last night's incident, she didn't touch her browser. Her search history is full of work-related things, a furious series of queries for various monsters and cryptids that might fit the profile of ditchlings. That's that. Okay, we've seen enough. Don't think there are any clues here. I don't think so either. This is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier. We could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some trimmings after we found her. Oh, she still does those corkboard with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway. Turn to leave Stella's house. Okay, so maybe she came home last night, maybe she didn't, but she's definitely missing. I thought I was overreacting this morning. I hope she'd just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. We'll find her. If we're going to the cops. I know they probably won't actually do anything, but we should see if we can get them to start looking for her before we go anywhere else. Okay. The police station is exactly what you would expect from a town the size of Scarlet Hollow. It smells strongly of coffee and faintly of aged furniture and paper, and the general tidiness speaks of a department that doesn't get much of anything done. But you're also not alone here. You enter to find a worried Beau standing between you and the officers behind the desk. Let me get this right, you're trying to report a missing pumpkin? Big Betty wasn't just a pumpkin, Sheriff Hugby, sir. She was going to be a prize winner. Raising her was the last thing me and my daddy did together. She's important to me. You sure it was Julius and not some enterprising bear that got a hold of it? You all know Julius thinks that land belongs to him. He probably thought Big Betty was his to take. He ain't coming to his door, so for all I know, he might be on the way to the state fair by now with our pumpkin. Ain't there something you all can do about it? I'm afraid we need at least some kind of evidence to go on before we can go barging into a man's home, son. Why don't you see if you can find something a little more solid for us to go on, then we can see about helping you out. Is it not your job to find the evidence and stuff? He reports the theft. You find the evidence. Maybe they are. Beau, did you manage to find your dad? Beau's stoic expression breaks, and for a moment you can almost see tears forming in his eyes, but he blinks them away. Yeah. I found him. Hear that, Deputy Franklin? Sounds like you've got another report to close. Lucky me. I gathered what was there to gather. We're giving him a proper burial in the family plot. It's been tough going trying to dig the hole while the farm is crawling with those hairless things, but it needs to get done. Do you think they'll go back to where they came from soon? Mama and me have tried to fight him back as best we can, but it seems like there's more every minute. Sybil says they don't hurt people. I ain't too worried about myself or my mama. It's the animals they keep trying to drag off. They're stealing food out of our mouths, and it don't seem to matter how many of them I pop, they just keep coming. And those are Daddy's chickens. He'd want us to keep them safe for him. But I'm doing my part, taking out as many of those nasty little things as I can. But I can't stop feeling like things are going to get worse. Maybe that's just the way people feel after something bad happens. No, I think you might be onto something. It's getting weirder every day. My mum did say the ditchlings are supposed to be some horrible omen, but that doesn't mean it's true. For all we know, the weird stuff is behind us, and those creepy little things will crawl back to wherever they came from, and Scarlet Hollow will go back to normal. But I guess it doesn't hurt to plan for the worst. Stella ran off last night. She's still missing. She isn't at home, and none of us have heard from her. She what now? Oh, that's just our Stella always running off. I wouldn't worry about it too much. She'll turn up. This is different, Earl. You know I wouldn't be up here bothering you if it wasn't important. What are you doing, Puss? Causing a racket. Yeah, for one thing, someone threatened her last night. He's been following Sasaki around since she got into town too. And there are a lot of them things out there, too many of them. Bo's right, she shouldn't be off on her own when there are so many ditchlings creeping around in broad daylight. Ditchlings? Sasaki taught me about them yesterday. They're them creepy little things that got my daddy. I called about them last night too, since they've been coming up out of the woods onto the farm. I even saw some on my way here, plain as day. Oh, we've been getting a lot of calls about those. Guess Scarlet Hollow has even been invaded by ghouls, or we're all suffering some kind of mass hallucination. I may even have seen one or two myself. All the same, I don't see what we're supposed to do about them or about Stella. She's a grown woman. If she wants to go off into the woods for a bit, we don't need to go after her like she's missed curfew. It's a free country. If there are critters bothering folks and stealing livestock, ain't you all supposed to take care of them? Now, son, we ain't animal control, we're the police. Are you kidding me? This town doesn't even have an animal control department. Maybe it should get one. Weird question, but are you folks part of a cult and that's why you aren't doing your jobs? The police officers stare at you, perplexed. A cult? I don't think we have that sort of thing up here. We are doing our jobs. Just look at Franklin back there. He's filing all kinds of paperwork pertaining to what happened up at the mines. You know, I can't say I appreciate your tone. Sounds like you're accusing us of some kind of indecency. What, do you think we just go up into the hills and do seances and rituals and all that sort of thing? Get your head out of the clouds. Alright, let's just get going. Well, no one can say we didn't try. Let's keep looking. Have a good one, officers. Same to you, kid. Do you really think Hugby and Derrickson could be part of some cult thing that secretly runs Scarlet Hollow? That would be wild. I'd never suspect them of that sort of thing. Seems like it'd be too much work. As someone who's lived in this town my entire life, there's no way. For one thing, cult activity like what you're describing just doesn't happen. I've done my fair share of reading up on satanic panics and so-called occult groups, and it's almost always totally made up. People constantly freak out about Satanists without realising they're just a bunch of debate club nerds who listen to heavy metal. So instead of not being able to rely on the cops because they're part of a cult that secretly runs the town, we can't rely on them because they're just not that good at what they do? That's so much less exciting. But either way, I guess it's up to us to solve the mysteries of Scarlet Hollow. Bum bum bum! We'll do a much better job anyway. Where to next? I don't know. Where do we want to go? Oh, we should go to the church to see the priest who can also talk to animals. The church? Why? See what you're thinking. Stella was confronted with the evidence of the afterlife, so she might try getting into all that religious stuff. It's worth checking out. I think we'd be barking up the wrong tree, but I guess you're right. There's no point in not being thorough. I wouldn't mind stocking up on some holy water while we're there too. Seems like a good idea to cover all our bases at this point. I don't think Baptists do the holy water thing, but I'm sure Pastor Daniel would pretend to bless some water if it meant keeping us around a little longer. It's good enough for me. Let's not linger though. I don't want him thinking we're possible converts. Kanika leads the way, taking you up the gradual slope towards the church. You know, I've lived here for a few years now, and I've never actually been to the church. That's probably for good reason. Where is that weirdo? My, 4 visitors at once on a Thursday. This is unprecedented. 4? There are only 3 of us. Oh no, we were followed by Ditchling? Were we followed by Wayne? Sup, old people? Oh, it's just saying. What are you doing here? All the glimpses of death I've had in the past 2 days have forced me into the midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I just wanted to see if Faith held any answers for me. Alas, I have not yet found the solace I seek. Give it time, Zane. It sometimes takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart, but when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you, and of course I'm always here if you need to talk. Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. Anyway, we're looking for Stella. She wandered off last night and no one has seen her since. We're starting to get pretty worried. We hoped maybe you or Janie had seen her. I can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen neither hide nor hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's just over by the alpacas. Though, Suzaki, I was hoping we might be able to talk in private. Sure, what's up? I guess we'll leave you to it while we check in with Janie. See you in a minute. Your friends head off towards Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. I'm so glad you came. I've never met anyone else who could hear them. You have no idea how long I thought I must have had some kind of insanity. I mean, we might both have some kind of insanity, you don't know. I even thought at one point that it must have been the Lord himself, talking to me through them. But they never had anything very insightful to say, so I was disavowed of that pretty early on. Have you met Frou-Frou, Gretchen, Pixel? Of course I have, but I learned early on in life not to let on that I have this gift, at least while other humans are around, so I haven't spoken with any of them. Though I get the feeling Frou-Frou wouldn't talk to me even if she knew I could understand her. I've tried to befriend the alpacas when no one else is around, emphasis on tried. They're surprisingly cliquey. Besides that, I tried to maintain a low profile, only chatting with the wildlife when I'm sure no one is looking. Are we sure we're actually talking to animals? Now that I know there are at least 2 of us, I have no doubt. There have definitely been times in my life when I thought I might just be nuts. But it's so consistent, and I've never exhibited any other signs of insanity. In my most doubting moments, I've considered the possibility that other entities may be using animals to confuse my faith. But besides a particularly vicious hamster I had growing up, the most an animal has ever tried to convince me to do is give them more food. So I somehow doubt they're my puppets for some other worldly evil. Unless that other worldly evil wants me to overfeed my pets. Is your gift why you got into the church? It's hard to say. I was raised Baptist by 2 loving parents and was always interested in religion, but I've also always known about my talents, so I don't know which came first. If anything, though, I'd say I'm religious in spite of the gift. It hasn't exactly been easy to square this with a lot of the religious education I've had. For instance, a lot of religious leaders will tell you that only humans have souls. Well, you and I both know that's not true. Though I suppose that gets into a whole different conversation about what exactly a soul is. But those are conversations that I'm glad to leave to the scholars. I'm just a simple small-town pastor. I don't need to ask the big questions anymore. I just have to help people through their daily lives. Hope you know this means the 2 of us are bonded for life. Best friends. No one else understands what it's like to be us. I was hoping you'd say something along those lines. Even without my ability, Scarlet Hollow's been a lonely place. I'll have you know, I was actually quite popular before I came to town. But I was actually hoping to talk to you about something more than just fellowship. It's Tulip, my daughter. I'm beginning to have suspicions that she inherited the gift. There have been some particularly nasty rats in the church lately, and she's said some things that have led me to believe she might be able to understand them. He's interrupted by the sound of a snapping twig and a high-pitched giggle, partly muffled by the underbrush on the edge of the property. Tulip, come out of there. You know you're not supposed to play in the woods. Tulip glances back into the woods, quiet as she hesitates. Tulip, are you going to be good, or are we going to skip story time tonight? I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't go into the woods, I promise. I know you won't, Tulip, because you know it's too dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mama with the alpacas? It's just about time they got fed. You can give them hay. Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. Sorry, I had to have a firm parenting moment just then. She's been trying to run off into those woods a lot lately, and it's really dangerous, even for adults. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old, so it's all grown over and looks like it's part of the landscape. But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass. Oh, Tetanus Lake! Stella told me about it. Tetanus Lake? That's an accurate name. I wonder if Tulip would stay away if I started calling it that, or if it would only make it sound more alluring. What were you saying about the church rats? Ah yes, the rats. So you and I are used to the sort of chatter we hear from wildlife. It's usually nothing that needs paid attention to. But these rats, there's something so sinister about them. And they must be huge, judging by the sound of them scurrying around in there. Tulip has never shown any evidence of the ability before. She's never responded to the alpacas or engaged in conversations with the birds. In retrospect, she could have been hiding it, the way I did growing up. Because I know she's been talking to the rats. She calls them her friends, has been drawing all these pictures of them, really ghastly things. I've tried to bring it up with her, but she just gets this little smile and doesn't say a word, like it's her fun little secret. It's all innocent enough in the grand scheme of things, but I'm pretty sure they also live out in the trash heap, and ever since she started talking about her friends, she's been trying to sneak out there. I'm concerned she's going to get hurt or catch some kind of disease. What have they been saying? They like to try to goad me into crying or becoming depressed. They watch me through unseen holes and make fun of me and try to figure out how to press my buttons. It's annoying, but easy enough to block out, especially when I'm praying. I don't think they're a good influence on Tulip, though. She's gotten quiet and secretive ever since she started talking to them. I'd hate to think what they say to her when I'm not around to hear. Are you sure they're rats? I think so. The pastor shifts uncomfortably for a moment. I hope so. Have you seen them? No, but I don't need to. I lived in a dorm that had rats once. You never see them, but the church has all the signs of an infestation. There's no mistaking the sound of little creatures stampeding through the walls. I've left out some humane rat traps, but they're too smart for them. All it's done is waste peanut butter. And I caught a possum in one, poor thing. Possums are never very bright, but at least he got a nice big scoop of peanut butter out of the ordeal. Has Janie heard them? She's not in the church very often. She's usually in town doing her jobs until late, and we spend our evenings in the house. It's just me and Tulip all day long. Janie knows Tulip has made some strange little friends, but thinks it's an imagination game. I was hoping I'd sort out the rat issue before she could get suspicious, but they're persistent, so I may have to hire an exterminator if I can get the money for one. I hope it doesn't have to come to that. Is there anything I can do? Maybe I could try talking to them. That would be lovely. I'd certainly appreciate a helping hand here. I don't want to be too much of a bother. You should probably finish looking for your friend first, but I'll be around. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Kanika and Avery walking back to the two of you. They must have finished talking to Janie. Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we'd better get going. Thanks for suggesting we head up here, Sasaki. We got to feed alpacas. They were so cute and soft, it was awesome. And Janie says she'll come by the diner with cookies for the miners, and a few extra for me, of course. She's so nice. She even offered to bring me some since I'm feeling under the weather. I hope your talk with the pastor went well. Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate you all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best circumstances. I'll let you all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her. Alright, thanks, see ya. And on that note, it is time for a break. I will see you in a couple of minutes. Right, how many options have we got here? 5. Let's not jump into fighting. Panwan, please.
Cure the rot. End it.
Okay. Well, good. That's good.
That's some.
Why are we not eating the nachos?
In the closet.
Found a peanut, found a peanut, found a peanut, peanut now. Found a peanut, found a peanut, found a peanut, peanut now. Wasn't here.
UK off of you and Lilith, so. Alright, pick a direction! Yay! So yeah, just spam right click. Guys, I got some bad news. Suzaki's dead.
No! No! What just happened?
Well, Suzaki,
No!
that was a turret. Turrets shoot you. I hope you've learned a lesson.
Oh, yeah. Locusts. It's bad. Oh!
Hail to the hero of Tanis, protector of Egypt. Your glorious victories on land and on water have secured Egypt's continued independence. The once powerful Persians now quake before they speak the name of Pharaoh Ocorus.
That's the second surprise victory we've had. It's weird when I'm not building a monument. Right, where did I need to swim? Like here? What are you? Can't get you. Ooh! I got eaten by a shark. The turtle of being turtly awesome. Kanika and Avery start back down the path to town, and you follow. So, what was that about? He seemed pretty insistent on talking to you alone. Yeah, he didn't say anything weird, did he? Tulip's apparently made some weird imaginary friends. We might want to check it out later this week. Kids make up imaginary friends all the time. Pastor Daniel says there's a rat infestation at the church and that the rats are friends. I don't know. It seemed weird. Should have known we'd have to deal with a spooky kid at some point. Okay, as much as I'd hate going back there, I guess that's a loose lead. If we don't have anything else to investigate once we've found Stella and... Kanika pauses. Once we've checked out the clinic, then maybe we can look around the church. Sounds like a plan. Let's not get too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next? Diner? Good idea. Fakes tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella. Hey, bud. You back? What doing? He's hoping Winnie doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. Feels like you've walked into a private meeting. The back booth is full of miners, and they're having what seems to be an intense discussion, their expressions gravely serious. What's going on? There's a strike up at the mines. They've made the diner their base of operations. When you asked for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends. Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing, and I've been helping these two track her down. You haven't seen her, have you? Don't you apologise now, and I can't say I have. Should I be worried about her? I hope not. We're not interrupting anything here, are we? Of course not. Any paying customer is welcome, as long as you aren't about to step on anybody's toes or cause fuss. The miners in the back were too engaged in conversation to notice you enter, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, argue with each other loudly enough for you to easily overhear. Sure, the shift schedules are tough, and sure we don't get enough time off for me to see my family as much as I like, but this is the best job I can get right now. Listen, kid, you're only a year or so into this gig. Trust me, the longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first you're just unhappy, but you think you can weather it till you find something better. A paycheck's a paycheck, I get it. But the next thing you know, you've lost years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you, that uses up every free second it can suck out of its workers, and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out. Zax, we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. My sister needs the paycheck. I'm the only reason she can afford her tuition right now. I can't get fired. And this job still has its perks, like the company housing. I can't afford my own place and send the money back home. I don't know where I'd live if I didn't have this job. Right, the company housing. How generous of the big boss to put you up in a company-owned shack that ain't had proper maintenance done in decades. You know she uses that housing as an excuse to pay us less. And the company housing, that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live. It's why the Scarlets can keep getting away with whatever they want. Zax, we don't have the numbers, man. You know this is risky. Riskier than most of us can afford. We would have the numbers if you all would stand with me and not let management's scare tactics get to you. It's not just scare tactics. People like her now. That woman ran into a collapsing coal mine and saved 3 children from being buried alive. I feel you, I really do, but how are we supposed to organise a strike against a town hero? You're trying to tell me that the mine collapsing less than 2 days ago is why you don't want to strike. It's bad time, Zax. It's always a bad time, Baker. Doesn't matter whose name is on the deed for the place. Without us, there is no mine. We've got him against the ropes. We can't back down now or they'll come out swinging. Hey, have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. Miners turned towards the doorway, all eyes glaring at you in unison. The YouTuber? We ain't seen her. Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. Yeah? What's up? What are you yelling about? What are you yelling about? Hmm? I hope she's okay. I'm not going to weigh in on the strike situation. Not to my place. You turn and leave the diner, Avery and Kanika trailing close behind you. Still no sign of Salah. I was checking on Oscar. He's smart. Maybe he'll know what to do. Hope nothing else happened after we all went home last night. They're so brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. I'd rather sleep in the woods with the ditchlings than some place that was that haunted. Your mum said it's safe, and I'm inclined to believe her. Why would she lie? But how would she know that? Magic, probably. There's only one way to find out. Let's go. Morning light streams in through the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort, all menace having fled in the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. Oh yeah, there's him being carried out of town on a rail. Interesting. No ghost, thank God. I was not up for an encore. Yeah, it's gone. Just like your mum said it would be. You can't help but overhear the murmurings of an intense conversation coming from the mayor's office. Or rather, the murmurings of an intense animal conversation. Investigate the conversation. You start making your way upstairs towards the mayor's office. Hey, where are you going? A small gang of dogs holds court in the mayor's office. Most of the dogs quietly watch from the sidelines, but 2 of them, a sheepdog and a basset hound, are in a heated conversation with Mayor Jimmy. Their tags read Scraps and Daisy. Sounds like you've all sorted this out. I don't see what you need me to do about any of it. Sorted? Things ain't sorted until this town is safe. Now we've got the beginnings of a militia together, but there's plenty of pets out there who are still ill-informed about those things crawling out of the woods. You're the mayor. They'll listen to you. Just tell them to stay inside until it's handled. Listen, Scraps, buddy, I hear you, but the last thing we need right now is anarchy in the streets. It's no use. I told you he'd be bull-headed. He's always bull-headed. Or is the sore loser, aren't we, Daisy? Things are fine. Nobody has to worry about a thing. The mayor pulls himself away from the conversation to acknowledge you. Oh ho ho, I remember you. You're that out-of-towner from yesterday, the speaker. The other dogs murmur amongst themselves for a moment, then turn to face you. I'm sorry you had to see this little display. Politics can get so messy. Have any of you seen or smelled Gretchen? She and her person are missing. Is she missing? Oh dear, Scraps, you don't think... Gretchen's person would never let that happen to her. Wherever she is, I'm sure she's safe from those things. A dog like her doesn't get to be that age without a watchful human at her side. Even if she's safe, I don't like the sound of this. See, Jimmy? This is the cost of inaction. Gretchen is a pillar of our community and she's missing. What will it take for you to finally open your eyes and do something? If you wait until you're the last dog left in Scarlet Hollow, it will be far too late to save yourself. Yes, I get it. You're all very upset. But what do you expect me to do about it? Shut down the town? What about economy? Do you even know what economy is, Jimmy? Or are you just throwing around fancy words you've heard the humans say? Of course I know what economy is. I know all about economy. Oh, good, because I've never understood a lick of it when the humans talk about economy. I just figured it was a made-up word they yell at each other when they want to stop talking. So please, enlighten us. I'm not going to debase myself by playing a game of trivia, not in front of the speaker. Thought so. To answer your question, we did catch a whiff right around here, then another near her house. Haven't picked up anything around town since then. Let's hope those creatures haven't already gotten to her. Can you help us find her? You've got better noses for this sort of thing. We'll do our best. We didn't intend to make any more trips out into the woods, but if it's for Gretchen, we'll take that risk. She's a well-liked dog in these parts, been around longer than any of us. It'd be a blow to the community for her to fall victim to these monstrosities. Gretchen really admires you, Scraps. Oh, she flatters me so. I'm nothing special, just another dog. All the more reason to go after her before it's too late. Don't be so modest, Scraps. You're the kind of dog other dogs listen to. It's a damn shame the humans are so charmed by that charlatan. I'm right here, Daisy. I'm well aware. You think you're so high and mighty, don't you? Just because you can sit and stay the best. As if obedience is the best quality in a leader. There must be some way everyone here can work together. Panic in the streets would be bad for everyone, but we can't just not do anything about the ditchlings. I don't think there's much compromising here. The mayor's either in or he's out, and it sounds to me like he's out. I told you this would be a waste of time, Scraps. And I should have listened to you. Let's go, shall we? Excellent. Office hours are officially over. Do close the door behind you. I'm overdue for my appointment with a nap. You and the dogs exit the mayor's office and close the door behind you. They quickly turn a corner and vanish from your line of sight. You find Kanika and Avery waiting for you in the lobby. I took a peek in there. You just had a full-on conversation with those dogs. It's so weird when you do that. Weird or cool? I wish I could hear the other side of the conversation. It seems like there's a whole dog culture in this town I've been missing out on. Knowing dogs are capable of carrying a full conversation is going to make being a veterinarian really weird. You'll just have to hire Sasaki as a translator. You'd be the best vet in the country with someone like that on your staff. I guess Oscar must be in the back. I know that's where I'd be if I finally managed to unhaunt my house. I've always been surprised at just how unsupervised this place is. Sometimes it feels like anyone could just walk in and do whatever they wanted. Like what? Steal books? I mean, they could, right? I'm not saying anyone would. I'm just saying that people in this town trust each other a lot. It's nice. Let's go find Oscar. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back here in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream. This hallway really takes me back. It feels like it were only yesterday that we were last here, blissfully unaware that our entire lives were about to change forever. It was only yesterday. I know. Oh, good morning. It's so good to see you all. Please come on in. You're doing really great, Rosalina. Not a lot of kids your age can take shots that well. You're being so brave. You don't have to talk to me like I'm 5. But you are brave. You really are, Rosalina. You're like so badass. Alexis is right. This is more than most people have to deal with in their whole lives, and here you are taking it like a champ. Dr. Kelly's kind demeanour vanishes as she turns and glares at you. Oh, I see we have visitors. I mean, I could. How you doing, Rosalina? Tired. My leg hurts a lot, but the medicine's helping, so it's not so bad now. Plus, I get to lie down in a natural bed last night, and you have no idea how good that felt. Thanks, Sasaki. I can't believe you got any sleep last night after all that ghost stuff. I just sat on the couch with the lights on. I don't think I slept at all. I really needed some rest after, you know, the hospital and my foot. Your body is desperately trying to get you to rest. All that activity yesterday was pretty brutal on your injury. It's never going to stop hurting if you keep pushing yourself. So what are you not going to do today? Anything? That's right. You're staying right here. No walking around, no investigating haunted houses. Sorry, Dr. Kelly. I should have been better at stopping her. I take full responsibility. As a father, I should have... No need for anyone to step in to take blame for anything. It's the hospital's fault for sending her home at all. It's gross negligence, if you ask me. Yeah, exactly. It's insane. But give it time, then you can do all the activities you want. All right, Rosalina? Yeah, warn Dr. Kelly about the stone carvings and what you felt in the clinic. We found something in Oscar's house last night. A stone carving that gave me and Tabitha a vision about what had happened here. There was one in the mines the other night too. Both of them had a sort of pull on me. Whatever they are, there's something like them in your clinic. I felt it last night. Would you mind if we looked into it? Yes, I would mind. I understand there have been strange events in Scarlet Hollow this week, but there's nothing unusual going on at the clinic, and I'm not going to let you go snooping around based on some funny feeling. But if something does happen at the clinic, aren't you worried about Reese? If it's anything like what happened to us last night? None of you have to concern yourselves with my son's health. I know how to take care of him, even in a supposed ghost emergency or whatever it is you're worried about. Have any of you seen Stella since last night? Not since dinner. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you? No, we have no clue where she's gone. That's not good. I haven't seen her since she ran off last night. I feel terrible. I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging down your door trying to get evidence of ghosts, so I don't think you were going to be able to stop her. There was no way you could have known how she'd react when she found it. I don't even think she knew how she'd react. And besides, you didn't know how bad it was going to get. You can't blame yourself for everything, man. I know you probably feel like it's your responsibility to make sure everyone around you is okay, but sometimes that's just not going to be possible. You're only one guy. You're just a little guy. That's what Rosalina's always saying. I suppose I do apologise more than I should. You really do. She's not going to like me asking how Reese is, and I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to remain silent. So, you've got your meds, you've got your nested pillows, a helpful friend by your side, and a cat to keep you company. Seems like you're all set. Make sure you do a whole lot of nothing today. I will. Bye, Dr. Kelly. Yes, thanks for coming down to see us, Jane. Not a problem. I'd much rather she stay put than have to get in and out of cars. I'll call later today to see how things are going. Hope the rest of the week is less eventful for both of you. Goodbye, Rosalina. Make sure you stay put and keep Pixel company, okay? Don't worry, Doc. I'll keep her warm. I'm helping. Dr. Kelly's features harden once again as she steps towards the door. And then she pushes past you to leave Oscar's house. We'll let you kids have some space. Alexis, why don't you figure out a restful activity for you and Rosalina? Will do, Mr. Gutierrez. I brought some video games and puzzles from my house and some movies too. Whatever you want to do, Rosalina. Ushers you back down to the library. What's up? Is everything okay? Yes, everything's fine, or at least much better than yesterday. I can't thank you all enough. I'd like to be as helpful as I can from here on out. Now that our little situation is dealt with, I'll finally have time to dig into the town archives. Our house was haunted because someone was murdered there. The mine collapse the other night was the site of a mass grave. With enough research, maybe we'll be able to get a step ahead of the next crisis. Maybe we can actually preempt it. That is, assuming there's going to be a next crisis. But something tells me we aren't in the clear yet. We should compare notes. Not that I have any to start with, but if you know anything that might narrow down my research, it could save me a lot of time. I don't think we actually know that much more than you do, but I've got some hunches. I can't help but feel like there must have been some inciting event, since everything started getting weird seemingly overnight. What that inciting event was, or where to start looking for it, I have no idea, but it's something to keep in mind. Avery stares at you. I mean, it's obvious, right? Things only started happening once Sasaki got here. You're not wrong. Exactly. If there's a catalyst for all of this, why wouldn't it be a lost Scarlet finally coming home to Scarlet Hollow? If I may, Sasaki isn't the only major event that's happened lately. Pearland died over a week ago. Those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time she arrived. Not to mention, I started seeing things in our house before Pearland passed, I think. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known. If there's a root cause for all of this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in its bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there's ever been any similar events, whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. Yeah, those carvings I warned Dr. Kelly about are important. To think there was something like that under my house this time, and to think someone might have put it there, but who? There was one in the mines, and if you're right, there's one in the clinic. Maybe that's what I should be focusing on right now. How many of those things are there? If we're lucky, maybe just those 3, but I'd rather not count on it. Why don't we go down to the basement and take a closer look at the seal that's there? The ghost isn't around anymore, so there's no harm in it, right? I personally would rather not go back into that creepy basement, but that thing has to be the most solid lead we have at this point, right? Not a chance. I know the ghost is probably gone for good, but that thing is evil, and if there's even the slightest chance that going back down there triggers something, it's not worth disturbing. At least not until we know more. What if this is our only chance to... And my daughter's safety comes first right now. We finally have our house back. I'm not taking any risks until we know what we're dealing with. Dr. Kelly's hiding something. Dinner last night was weird. I don't think we need to go around accusing anyone of being deceitful. No, Suzaki's definitely right. I know that's probably not great to hear since Rosalina really needs her right now, but something is up with Dr. Kelly. I'm worried about Reese. She seemed pretty normal in there, even if she was a little terse with you two. She was pretty nice to Rosalina, I'd say. Yeah, she likes sick people and kids, people who are easy to control. I request we drop this line of thinking. We don't need to turn on each other based on pure speculation. Besides, she took me at my word about everything that happened last night. That has to count for something, right? Sounds like you've got something to work on now. We should get back to looking for Stella. I do. Thanks for the lead, Suzaki. See you around, Oscar. Let us know what you find. I will. So that's Oscar. Any other ideas? Go to the mines? Guess there's a decent chance Stella went to find your cousins since they're friends. You don't see it? Oh, come on. The two of them have such a dynamic, you know. Classic dog and cat situation. Come on, our drivers. You follow Kanika to her van. It isn't long before you find yourselves outside the Scarlet Mines. There's a small gathering of workers outside the entrance to the mines, picket signs in hand. I hope it's not weird to talk to them while they're in the middle of all this. Don't worry, I know these guys. Most of them are in the diner at least a couple of days a week. They'll be chill. Will they be chill talking to Tabitha's cousin, though? Well, if it isn't the boss's cousin. Have any of you seen Stella? She's missing. The YouTuber? She's the one on all the banned from the property posters, right? We haven't seen her. And we've been out here all day, so we'd know if she came by. Oh no, this isn't looking good. It's okay. Just because she hasn't been seen today doesn't mean something bad happened to her. We'll make sure to keep an eye out. Yeah, okay. They haven't seen Stella. Let's just go. If that means we don't have to talk to Tabitha, that's fine by me. We've done our due diligence here. Come on, I'll drive us back to town and we can figure out our next move from there. Where to next? As you consider your next steps, you remember your appointment with Sybil. She seemed to be confident last night that Stella will be okay. Maybe she'll be able to help you find her. You should know about the ditchlings after all. She seems to know all sorts of things. And she'd never disparage your gift. Perhaps she's one of the few people in town who can truly understand you. We should talk to your mum. I'm supposed to have tea with her today. Sure, we can humour her. She's probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something, which might actually work. Who knows? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's do it. The bells of the general store chime welcomingly as the three of you enter. Kanika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember? And hello, you two. Hope you both recovered from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mum, it's just that Stella's missing and Stella can take care of herself. Unlike you, you need bed rest and lots of fluids, and you don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. I mean, we've literally been everywhere. Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. Thought you had some kind of important thing to talk to Saki about. I'm really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to her. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. Bye, Suzaki. Bye, Kanika. Kanika turns and heads towards the stairs without saying another word. And I'm so sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Suzaki and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner. Oh, you're right. I've totally left her on her own today. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before you go, I did want to ask. Are you a witch? As flattered as I am that you think I'm that magical, I'm just an odd lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies. Look, I'm just saying, doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned, but I won't push it. Though, just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. I'll leave you all to your not supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Suzaki. Avery places a hand on your shoulder. I'll miss you, but duty calls. They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. Shall we? Sybil motions towards the tea room. Sure. Have a seat. I'll bring you a fresh cup. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright glow lights, bright grow lights over the plant in the corner. It's a castor bean, an incredibly toxic plant, and strange for a tea maker to keep around in her workspace. So pretty, though. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy with an undercurrent of decaying earth. It's the same tea she brought you on Tuesday. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? The other day you promised to tell me, what was it, unsavoury tales of my mum's youth? I most certainly did. I might have been exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. I'm prone to do that. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age difference might be. Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had certain older sister instincts about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Palan was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine, which was to say she's not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family choosing her as their punching bag made her into quite the rebel. Why were Pearlan and my mum raised by Edwardine? What happened to their mother? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. Their mother was young, too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. She didn't survive the labour. What do you know about my grandma? I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The youngest died when the girls were still children. Edwardine never spoke about them, nor did your mother. I feel I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Did they even exist? I suppose they just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Her husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Might have been Stuart or something just as forgettable. From what Vivian said, her father was some teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant. I'm fairly certain it was similar for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it, what with skipping town and all. What happened when my mum found out she was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was distraught. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear from what had happened to her own mother, maybe it was something else. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew. But the way Vivian was that night she came to me, it stuck in my mind. It always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby. What's with all the mystery and ritual? If you have something to tell me, just come out and say it. I need your tea leaves first. I have pieces of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help to give me the full picture. I was trying to avoid drinking the tea because I'm worried now about the castor bean. You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced with the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. But the aftertaste combines the two flavours into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, your muscles relaxing for the first time in days. You close your eyes and take another sip, and then another. It's delightful. The tea is gone before you know it, the small cup empty save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Oh good! Glad you find the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. Now on to business. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You've got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of a cup. Cross, kettle, hourglass. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definite urgency. It's fair to assume that all this has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure, but we may at the very least be able to figure out what it is. I thought fortune tellers were supposed to tell you what you want to hear. And there's a central figure here, a cat, an enemy lurking in plain sight. The cat could be Dustin. He's a possum who lives in my dresser. I try and talk to him every day to hear his wisdom and help with his troubles. It would break my heart if he's the traitor. Dear, I don't think you need to be worried about the possum living in your dresser being the cat. You're almost certainly looking for a human enemy. You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted. We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's connecting to some hidden enemy. Perhaps we can try to counteract what might be planned for you. Judging by what you told me last night, those stone carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. Until the catch reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek these carvings out, piece together what you can from your visions, and arm yourself with information. Have you sensed any others around town? Do you think you might be able to find another? Your thoughts drift to that door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper into the clinic. Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return to open it, see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her there. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. I think I felt another in the clinic. That's good. If you can find your way inside and uncover another stone, that could give you a leg up on your adversary. Adversary. You'll just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. I think that's all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. You helped last night. Why didn't you come with me? I may have been able to see through that spirit's illusions, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity. I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees, and my eyesight isn't what it used to be. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Imagine if I'd been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be, struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out from all the crouching. All you did was look at some leaves and tell me to go put myself in danger. I suppose you could see it that way, but I hope I've done more than that, even if you don't realise it yet. Thank you again for humouring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back to the door. And remember, be careful who to put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Sybil closes the door to the tea room. The bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearby, nearly empty general store. Talk to Miles. Kanika has a cold, huh? That's what she says. She's just trying to get out of work again, like I didn't have anything better to do all week while she sits in a room watching anime. Says the guy in Goku pants. Everybody knows Dragon Ball is good anime. She watches the trashy shit. Is your mum a witch? Wouldn't you like to know? Look, a lot of weird stuff is going on around town. I feel like a witch could be super helpful, so she is one. I thought she'd, just helped you. You're grown. Take care of yourself. Ghost Seville, just thought you should know. Yeah, I know. I've seen tons of videos of ghosts doing stuff on the internet. I'm not 12. See any weird rocks around town? Yeah. You. He smirks. Clearly this is a very sick burn and you should feel bested by his wit. Let's go see what Kanika's up to. Mum, I really don't need any more tea. I think I'm just going to lie down for a while. I'm not your mum. Hey, Sasaki, what's up? Can I come in? Sorry, Sasaki, my mum was right. I'm exhausted. I probably shouldn't push it or I'll wind up worse off tomorrow. Oh. Fine. It isn't long before you find yourself outside of Dr. Kelly's clinic, its secrets enticing you to find a way in. Even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. It's like a magnet has been fixed to your ribcage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. Yeah, I'll ask a woodland creature. Can I help you, Buster? Hey there, if you were trying to break into that house on top of the hill, how would you do it? What, just because I've got little hands and go through people's trash, I'm supposed to know how to break into places? There's a hill that'll take you right up to that big flat roof thing. Sometimes the humans leave windows open up there and I go inside. Don't tell them, okay? I like to sleep in their big piles of cloth. It's one of my few joys in life. Cool. Let's go. You're pretty sure you can make the jump to the second floor, at least with a running start. You make your way up the hill and bend your knees in anticipation, and then you jump. You land and try the door. It's unlocked. The upstairs of the clinic feels like a decommissioned museum. Old furniture is covered in plain white sheets, and a thick layer of dust coats the floor. This place hasn't seen any use in years. You're in the clinic, free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You can feel that odd sensation again, the nagging pull of whatever it was that wanted you to find it. You've been caught by its gravity, an overwhelming curiosity guiding you around a corner and towards a dark doorway under the stairs. It's been left ajar, as if inviting you to enter. The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Oh, hi, Reese. Suzaki, what are you doing in the morgue? What are you doing in the morgue? I'm sure it looks weird. It's not like I expected anyone to come down here. I was just, you know, practicing. A rehearsal, if you will. Not gonna lie, this is kind of weird, dude. You're the one who just wandered into a morgue. His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance, and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palms. Hey, you okay? You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment the thing on the other side of the blank white wall loosens its pull on you. You kind of looked possessed for a second there. You good? Make him understand. There's a stone carving on the other side of that wall, and I need to see it. Reese glances back at the wall. You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the doc out of our hair. Should take 2 seconds. Get the doc out of our hair? Yeah, if I say I'm sick and need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time it's true anyway. Use what you got to get what you need, no shame in that. Exactly. Sounds great, lead the way. Sweet, be right back. He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanour replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. You hear his soft voice filtering in through an open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother. Hey, Mum? He coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake. I still feel like shit, but I think I can finally try to keep some juice down. Looks like we're all out, though. Really? I thought I'd just picked some up. I've got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some orange juice and some ginger ale too. That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy. It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone, like knocking down walls and such like. Just lie in bed until I get back. Thanks, Mum. I'll take it easy. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. It worked! The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place. Come on up. We don't have long till she's back. As you step out of the morgue, you relax. The extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you, and with it, your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it. It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious wherever it is, though I'm not sure where she would be keeping it. I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first. Snoopage! You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office. I don't see an axe in here. He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye, some sort of records with your family's name on them. You're a fast reader. Shouldn't take you long to skim these. Reese stops in the doorway, turning to watch you leaf through the documents. Find something interesting. They're your family's death certificates. Perlan. Sleep apnea, discovered by her daughter Tabitha Chrysanthemum Scarlet. No autopsy performed. Tabitha's middle name is Chrysanthemum? Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful. I feel like that was forbidden knowledge. Why was there no autopsy done? Edwardine. Heart failure. Almost made it to 90, died of a normal old person illness. Enoch. Fall from cliff. This one has a coroner's report attached. Organ sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great heights. Actual autopsy report looks ancient. You flip through a few of the other Scarlets whose names aren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet. Blah blah blah, crushed in mine collapse. So you had a great uncle who died in the collapse. Joseph Scarlet. Lewis Scarlet. Did they die in the war? Yeah, killed in Normandy at the line of duty. These must have been Edwardine's brothers. Hey F-Jams! You will be happy to know that we have been flirting with Avery. And last time I saw Avery, they said they'd miss us. But they had to go work. Certificate of fetal death, infant boy Andrew Charles Scarlett, delivered April 3rd, 1945, stillbirth, mother Edwardine. They are into us. Cause of death, complications during birth, no doctor present, home burial. So that's the question of whether you're related to Charlie. Okay, so that was Charlie's kid. Alexandra Scarlett. Missing, presumed dead. The owner of the doll went missing. And it was the same day Enoch died in a hiking accident. Mary Bell Scarlett died age 17. Complications during childbirth signed by her. That must be our mother then. That's a lot of kids to outlive. Turn around and leave the office. It's time to move on. The medical supply room is probably a good bet. The Virax seems like something that might be useful in a room full of chemicals. It's just down the hall. There it is. Looks like it needs a key though. We'd better not break the glass. I'd rather explain why I had to steal the axe after we've had a chance to use it. There must be a key in here somewhere. He stops as if listening to something you can't hear. Shit, she's back already. As if on cue, you hear the front door to the clinic open and close, the creak of its antique hinges echoing down the doorway. Footsteps start down the hall. She's headed this way. Quick, we gotta hide. I'm not supposed to be in here. You're going to enjoy this bit, though. This scene. Well, not necessarily this particular scene, but, you know, this scenario that we're walking into the next half hour to an hour or so. It's good shit. He opens the closet door and hurriedly motions you inside. You slip past him. Who was Julius? I remember you hated Julius. But I don't remember who Julius was. Avery's friend. Not in this next bit, but maybe chapter 5, because I've got no idea what's coming in chapter 5. You slip past him, scrunching into the small space as best you can. He attempts to slide in after you. Sure. You make space and he slips in next to you, closing the door just enough so you can both still monitor the entrance to the supply room. Dr. Kelly storms in, plastic bag in tow. She takes something out of the bag and places it on the counter. And then she hurries back out, bag rustling as she makes her way back down the hallway. We'd better wait a second, just in case. Do you want us to flirt with Reese as well? Who is she? He? That's Reese. Reese is the doctor's son. You thought the doctor was hot last time, and we told Reese we thought his mum was hot. So it might be a bit weird to flirt with Reese. Alright, I'll leave him. Quietly wait for the danger to pass. The two of you stand in tense silence, both crammed into the suffocating closet, taking shallow breaths as if she could hear you breathing from the other side of the building. But the footsteps soon return. Dr. Kelly makes her way back towards your hiding place, creaking floorboards broadcasting her location all the way to the hallway just outside your hiding spot. His head swivels suddenly. That was the door to the house. We're in the clear. Let's go. The two of you spill out of the closet. Reese quickly and quietly starts pulling out drawers, scanning them for keys. You can't help but notice what Dr. Kelly left on the long steel table in the middle of the room. A sprig of small furry fruits, castor beans. You've seen them elsewhere in town, but for the life of you can't remember where. It was literally 5 seconds ago in Sybil's tea room. If I can remember, with the state of my memory, you can remember. Character. Why did your mum get castor beans? Yes, found the keys. He holds up a small ring of keys, each with a strip of coloured tape on the head. What's this about beans? Oh, those weird little fruit things. Reese unlocks the cabinet and offers you the fire axe. Here's your axe. And I don't know, I've never seen them before. I'm not allowed in the supply room. It's probably some kind of medicinal plant, right? She took out a chemistry set too, though come to think of it, she's not supposed to make medicine. She's not a pharmacist. This room is just storage for orders she gets from a pharmacist over in Brevrad. Why would she bring something like that here? Castor beans make ricin, a deadly poison. She's not making it though, right? Why would she make that? She's a doctor. Do you know what she gives you for your supposed illness? No, I don't. She's never explained it. I thought it was just too complicated for me to understand, so she didn't bother. Maybe she has some kind of information on it lying around here somewhere. That drawer over there is locked. If I were information on some mysterious alien-looking fruits, I'd probably be in a locked drawer, right? Good thing I already have the keys. He unlocks the drawer, pulling out a notebook. This is about me. There's stuff in here from when I was like 12. Some kind of diary or medical history, or both, I guess. What the hell's this? Something about another episode. I guess she's referring to one of my rough nights. Oh, here we go. There's some illustrations. He glances to the strange plant on the countertop. It's those beans you mentioned. She uses them to make my medicine. That's poison, right? He jerks his head towards the door. Shit, that was the door from the house. We gotta run. You follow Reese's instruction, once again starting down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above. I was right. We did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge, but there's no harm in having extra. What are you doing down in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest. Oh, I'm just going to chill in the morgue. I got my speakers, so if you hear some weird sounds, that's just my music. I'll be sure to put in earplugs to drown out all that industrial clanging you listen to. You know I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. Do you at least have a blanket this time? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now. Okay, I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. You don't have to do that. I'll grab something from my room later. Sure, whatever you're able to do. You hear the door close, and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below. Hey. Wall, 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 wall. I'd like to do the honours if you don't mind. I've got some confused and angry feelings I'd like to express. Reese takes the axe from you and approaches the wall. Reese manages to cut through the wall with very little effort, unexpected from someone with his frame and condition. But you know his stringy muscles are backed by mounting fury at what's been done to him. That goes a long way. He staggers back from the massive hole in the wall and admires his work. Holy shit. The splintered edge frames a dark passage, seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already frigid morgue. Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. There's a whole hallway back there. Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthly mildew smell like the room is slowly filling with dirt. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward. And you climb into the hole. We're in a proper horror movie now, F-Jams. This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing, rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall. His voice sounds distant. Your sole focus is finding it. Your feet move without prompting as you stumble down the hallway towards the far wall, barely registering the antique clutter as you stagger past it. Whoa, are you okay? You don't respond, and you don't bother to retrieve the axe. The wall is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknowable years, the planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do. I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research. I found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise. I went to talk to the witch. A witch? But that's nonsense. It's alright. It's all sorted. We're taking you home today, and everything will be resolved by this time next week. Everything goes black. Your vision swims back into focus, and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall, eyeing you with concern and curiosity. Hey, I was worried you'd slipped into a coma or something. You tore down a wall like a wild animal, found some weird carving and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. You okay? I had a vision. Like a hallucination. I have those sometimes too. Used to have them a lot as a teen. Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller. Whatever these visions are, they're making me very suspicious of my family. It's probably a good thing, right? Scarlet's voice seemed like one of those old money families with a ton of secrets. And that estate up on the hill seems like the kind of place that's seen at least one murder. Maybe you should try to stay away from that place. I think Dr. Kelly should look me over. These seizures can't be good for me. I don't think you'll want her to do that. While you were out, I did some reading. She's not the kind of doctor you want in charge of your healthcare. I should know. I'm the one she's been poisoning for years. I think you were right about those castor beans. I refuse to take my medicine, so she's on the warpath up there. I've no idea what she's doing, but I've blocked my door so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out. You blocked your door? Of course I did. Put a chair in front of it. It's never failed me before. We don't need her coming down here to finish me off or whatever it is she might do now, that I know what her treatment plan has been all these years. So, he's been ill, like, forever, and basically not been able to leave the house. And his mum's the doctor, and has been giving him medicine, but nobody knows what's wrong with him. And she's never explained to him what the treatment is, or what the diagnosis is, or anything. And now, between us and him, we found out that she's making the medicine herself out of castor beans, which is how you make ricin, which is deadly poisonous. So now we're thinking maybe she's making him ill. Yes, potentially. That's the theory. I mean, I know what's about to happen, but I'm trying not to spoil things, because I've played up to the end of this chapter before. Good. Gives us time to figure out a game plan. Exactly. I think we should treat her like a legitimate threat. I have these weird memories. I always assumed they were dreams or hallucinations because they didn't fit the way I thought of her, but I think she's used tranquilizers on me. Other times that I've gotten too unruly for her. I don't know how much of those memories I can trust, but I'm starting to think I should believe my instincts when it comes to the lengths she's willing to go to keep me under her control. We'll wait until she's asleep, then we can at least get out of the basement and we can figure out what to do from there. I don't get why your mum would want to poison you though. I don't know. But it's all in here. She never outright says that's what she's doing. And the recipe she came up with to deal with my flare-ups, whatever she thinks those are, involves that weird plant that was on the counter. Those castor beans, you were right. And ricin poisoning matches up with quite a few of my symptoms. The thing is, I can't figure out whether she's been trying to kill me slowly or if she just likes keeping me sick enough to be dependent on her. Either way, I don't think I ever had an illness. I think that the illness was me growing up and becoming less easy to control. She sure found a cure for that. Ricin is really bad. How are you not dead? I don't know. Maybe it's a low enough dose. Or maybe I developed tolerance. But I think the fact that I feel more and more alive by the minute is proof enough that she was keeping me sick. I don't even need solid evidence. With your evidence, you should be able to go to the cops. Maybe not the local cops, but a cops. You're right. I have a journal. That's pretty incriminating, even if she left out any descriptive words for what she was up to. Ideally, I'd never have to see or think about her ever again. But if it comes to it, this could be my guarantee she would never be able to have power over me again. We need to get you out of here. Who knows what she'll do when she finds out what you know. Where would we go? The only person I know who has a car is Kanika, and she's not answering her phone. I don't know anyone else. I don't have any other family to go to. I never even finished high school. When I get out of this house, I don't know how I can make sure I don't wind up right back down here. One step at a time. Let's just start by waiting out your mum and getting out of here. You shouldn't even call her my mum. As far as I'm concerned, she's forfeited that title. I don't think I should call her... I don't even think I should call her doctor. She's just some woman now. Can't wait for her to be in the rearview mirror of the rest of my life. We'll see if we can wait her out. If she doesn't fall asleep by 10, we can figure something else out. These windows are supposedly shatterproof, which she always said was for burglars. Now I assume it was yet another way to keep me boxed in. We can try to break them anyway. A distraction seems like a good idea. As you can probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery. Maybe it's the lack of poison in my system for the first time in years, or the fact that my whole perception of reality has been turned on its head. Probably a combo. It would obviously take more than a day for ricin poisoning to be out of his system. Doesn't feel awful, to be honest. Right. It is time for a break. So we will carry on with this. I'll find out what's happening with Reese in a couple of minutes. See you then. Oh, is that like a Furby? Oh, it's terrifying. Why did he die? Why did that happen? Why? Why would that be a thing that happens?
Because you're not going to do it.
We jump on it when we've gone past it.
It looks like it's flush, you have to wait a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like right now. Nope.
Oh, I thought you said...
It's so hard. Like, you got like so little time.
I thought you said now. So I jumped.
I saw you fall off the edge and I was like, oh, frick.
Oh. Well, I only fell because you didn't jump.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Locusts. It's bad. Oh!
Hail to the hero of Tanis, protector of Egypt. Your glorious victories on land and on water have secured Egypt's continued independence. The once powerful Persians now quake before they speak the name of Pharaoh Ocorus.
That's the second surprise victory we've had. It's weird when I'm not building a monument. I don't feel very hunted.
I know it's hidden somewhere in this forest.
I know it's trying to make me feel spooked. And I get spooked very easily. I don't feel very spooked.
Should be able to see its light soon.
It's light? Like the light of the thing that's chasing us, or...? The light of that cabin? Ah! Okay. Okay, I'm spooked. I'm spooked. I'm spooked. Oh my god. Okay, I'm spooked. Yeah, okay, I'm spooked. Ah. Yeah, I'm spooked. Choo-choo! 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 I don't know what noise hot air balloons make. Choo-choo! Are you gonna help us? Let's get back into it. I am chill with whatever. Cool. I kind of feel and do two things. Paint and watch movies. I'm too jittery to paint right now, especially since I'll probably be leaving this basement and everything in it behind in a couple of hours. So a movie it is. Go ahead and get comfy. I'll pick something you might like. You know, I've been desperate to share Shi-no-Chi, Death Blood, with someone. Reese gets the movie set up and joins you on the bed. Let me know if it gets too much for you. I'm not a great judge of how other people will react to the sort of things I watch, but I definitely don't want you to feel uncomfortable. This is a slow burn of a movie, but the dread it's managing to build is palpable in the room. Or maybe that's just how it feels down here all the time. What with the grisly paintings, lack of lighting, cinder block walls, and of course the fact that the woman currently lurking upstairs has been poisoning her son since his teens. And also keeping him in the basement when we saw that the upstairs was, like, mothballed and all covered in sheets and not used. Very weird. I've seen a couple of this director's other films. They're all interesting, though this is probably the best introduction to his work. The way it jump cuts to seemingly unrelated TV show recordings and that then wind up tying back to the narrative adds a level of realism and depth to the world that I find really engrossing. It's found footage used to its fullest. I can't believe I'd be able to just do things from here on out, like watch movies with another person. Or talk to people, ever. You can hear the difference in energy now that Reese hasn't had his daily dose of poison. He's uncharacteristically chatty, clearly not used to talking to another person, let alone when he has the energy to carry on a long conversation. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First we have to get out of this basement. That's true. I shouldn't be counting my chickens. We still have to get past the woman upstairs. He tenses, his back straightening, his muscles clenching as he's reminded of the obstacle. Hopefully we can just wait her out. If not, he trails off. But his features soften as he once again immerses himself in the film. A man on the screen yells portents of doom into the camera, trailing off into a wordless scream. The plot is really heating up. I love that there are all these distinct sort of vignettes, little pockets of horror that affect a small number of people, and only once you start to see how they fit together can you realise some fundamental horror about the universe. And then it sees you back. Incredible. Cosmic horror in the truest sense. Reese is becoming very animated. It's probably safe to assume that he's dealing with a lot of extra adrenaline right now, what with his entire reality turning out to be a lie. But he's also talking over the movie. Reese, are you feeling okay? I'm just jittery. I've had a really weird day. I think being down here is making me anxious. I'm all hopped up on adrenaline. Maybe waiting out the dock is a bad idea. The longer we wait, the more likely it is that she'll figure out that we're onto her. And it would be too easy for her to lock me up again and be thorough about it this time. There's a knock on the window. Suzaki, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. That voice. I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around? Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the supposedly shutterproof window. Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe. What do you mean? Wayne isn't going to hurt you. He hasn't hurt anyone. Yes, he will. He's furious with me. Can't you hear it? But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect both of us, Sasaki. The window shatters. We're in a horror movie now. As Reese tears at his clothes, paint bubbles out from the canvases, his ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours and crawling up the walls. Grab my hand. I'll pull you out. Leave us alone. In a surge of violence, the change that's been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off and Wayne along with it. Run for the stairs. You've seen enough to know you need to leave. You run up the stairs. The door's blocked by a chair. And then it's blocked by something else too. Try and tear through them. You toss the chair out of the way and do your best to tear through the substance covering the door. It reforms and regenerates too quickly for you to claw your way through. Defeated, you turn back to the basement. The remainder of Reese's paintings await their artist's command. It's okay. Stay right there. I can take care of this, then she won't be able to hurt anyone anymore. I'll be right back. He storms up the stairs, leaving you with his creations. What do you think we should do? Call Tabitha, warn Dr. Kelly, follow Reese, try and leave, wait for Reese. I don't particularly want to wait for Reese. I think in all my playthroughs, I've pretty much tried. I think I've tried all of these things. I can't remember how they all work out, but I think I've tried everything in this particular. I haven't tried everything in every scenario because there's so many things. But I think in this scenario, because I know this scenario can play out very differently depending on what you do. I've played through it a few times and tried different things. So. Alright, follow Reese. You make your way to the door that beckoned you yesterday, all intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads, and you know what secrets the stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds a new horror. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there is a monster, preparing to do something unthinkable. You grasp the handle and turn. Duck! Where? Quack! I mean, if someone says duck, you duck. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. You turn to see a dart embedded in Reese's chest. He pulls the tranquilizer dart from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system. You're going to have to try harder than that, you No! How did you... As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out between the cracks in the wood. Reese's panic pulling in a mob of furious creatures to hold his enemy in place. The artist darts away, but his creations continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway as Wayne is overcome. glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. So his name's Sam Wayne, and he used to be a miner in the Scarlet Hollow mine, and he also used to date our cousin Tabitha, who runs the mine. But then he went missing. Nah, it's fine. But then he went missing, and now he's turning up being all creepy and smelling of like death or like rotting flesh, and with a veil over his face and being all weird and creepy and stalkery, and he seems to know things that other people don't know, and yeah, he's a mystery basically. What do you think we should do? Run after the doctor or run to a nearby room? Alright. I can't remember what happens. I know I've done pretty much all the options here, but I can't remember what leads to what. You run forward, braving the onslaught of Reese's creations, dodging them as best you can as you try to see where Dr. Kelly went. The door in front of you is smothered in paint. Hey! Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out of some unseen speaker. You, Sasaki. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help both of us. I mean, clearly she wasn't poisoning him, was she? Clearly she was keeping whatever that is at bay. What the hell is your son, Mom? I wish I knew. He was fine until he hit puberty. Everyone said raising a teen was going to be a bitch, but they don't know the half of it. I need you to get to the medical storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. You turn around and head to the medical storage room. I'm here. Great, now listen to me. I need you to use the black taped key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. It's a bottle labeled carfentanil. Bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore. An intercom system, Doc. Good. You should hear this. Sasaki, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not going to hurt anybody else. Just her. If I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right? And shove me back down in that basement, or maybe someplace even worse, and keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now. Better than I've ever felt in my life. I'm not dangerous. She's just scared because she knows she finally has to pay for what she's taken from me. What are we doing, F-Jams? They're just running you home. You're with the doc. Alright. So I'm not gonna let you kill someone, Reese. Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care? Trust me, Reese. I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you. Tell yourself whatever lies you have to, Mom. If you wanted a good relationship, you had your chance, and you decided to convince me I was dying instead of just letting me exist. No, you didn't. You've seen all the important bits. Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face. Enough. Reese cries out in pain. Ah! What the hell did you do to my shoulder? Oh, that's Reese. What the hell did you do to my shoulder? This is why I don't do voices in games, because I get confused. I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then. The two stagger off down the hallway. Quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room. You do as she says. The tranquilizers are easy to find, marked with a small square of black tape to match the key. She's certainly an organized woman. You make your way out of the medical storage room and back to the hallway where Dr. Kelly disappeared. As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves open the door, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint, sealing it shut. Hurry! I don't think I can keep it open for long. You slip past her into the safe room. She shuts the door quickly, though one of the little smears manages to slip past her. She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor. Sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. We probably have a few minutes before he gets here. What's the game plan, both short and long term? Well, I'll pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I'll lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things from my perspective. Then we all live happily ever after. I see no flaws with this plan. Sarcasm, that's so Scarlet of you. It's okay, I know it's not a perfect plan. But it's better than the alternative of being torn to shreds by my own kid. Or having to figure out how to kill someone I love who may or may not be unkillable. Let's talk Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead, I have nothing left to hide. How do you know that he's dangerous? I mean, look at him. What is he? At first I thought he was some kind of werewolf. But if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do shit to him, and you've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. I almost wish I could examine him while he's fully transformed. I'd be fascinated to know what happens to him or how his body does it. But he seems pretty hell-bent on ripping my throat out, so I guess that'll just have to remain a mystery. When did you find out? A little after he hit puberty. Had all the usual changes, and then a few extra. Thickened nails, sharp teeth, elfish ears. I figured he might have some kind of genetic disorder. Had him checked out a few specialists, but there was nothing obviously wrong with him. Then we had an argument, and he changed right in front of me. It was nothing like what he is now, just a couple of inches and some facial abnormalities, enough to be noticeable. I was scared. He could see that, and he stopped. I thought it was a one-off, or maybe a hallucination. But the second time, it wasn't as subtle, and it didn't go away as easy. That's when I knew, for sure, that this was something beyond my realm of expertise. How did he not know what he was? I've been medicating him since he was 12. We've only had 3 incidents like this before, maybe 4, depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first that he looks different, and I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages, so he rarely ever does. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now, so there's only so much I can do to control him. Why did you start poisoning him? Dr. Kelly sighs. Can we stop calling it poison? Yes, it's poison, but the act of me giving him poison was not me poisoning him. I was medicating his illness. It started when he was around 15. I'd been giving him increasingly high doses of clonopin, but his body kept adapting and his symptoms would come back, especially if we ever fought. I couldn't keep ordering all these drugs. It was already suspicious and I could risk using my license, especially if anyone ever found out what I was using them for. Someone approached me with a solution. I took it. That would have been Sybil, right? Because she had the castor beans. And I've been dealing with the emotional and mental consequences of that decision ever since. Who approached you and what did they say? Dr. Kelly gives you a long hard look. I don't want to talk about that woman. But screw it. I might die tonight. Sure, I'll tell you. And that's all I have to say about that. Was his dad similar? Strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. Wish I knew. Reese just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone. I just woke up pregnant one day. I know how impossible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. I kept having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams. But then, all of a sudden, my period stopped. I got morning sickness, and roughly 9 months later, Reese. The relationship between you seems so difficult. Yeah, you could say that. He was such a cute kid. When I found out I was pregnant, I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready, but he made me love being a mum. It's not like it was going to be sunshine and roses forever, no matter what. Kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worse. This is part of being a mum too, doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. That is the main difficulty of being a mum, I am told. Making sure your children don't go around eating people. How do you know he's dangerous? Well, he wants to murder me, so that's clue number one. It's not like he's usually a violent kid, he's mostly just sad, but every now and then we butt heads, and that's usually when this side of him comes out. Imagine if this happens anytime he gets frustrated with anyone. Imagine he gets road rage one day, turns into a 12-foot tall monster with a million teeth, and rips somebody apart in the middle of a major metropolitan area. Yeah, he's dangerous. I can fix him! What you're doing is difficult, but it is necessary. I'm glad you see that. It makes me feel a little less cruel. Hasn't been easy doing all this to him, but I know it's for the best, for him and for everyone else. What is this room? I mean, clearly it's panic room. What about it? Any other secrets you're keeping? You have it all. You have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all this shit out loud. You and Dr. Kelly sit in silence and wait for her son to make his way to you. The sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Shit, this might be game time. Get those tranks ready. We have to get this door open before he crosses the hallway. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway. Quite pleased we didn't flirt with him now. Is this what you were so afraid of? Hand over the tranquilizers. This is our shot. Why didn't I give them to you in the, like, half an hour we just had? You hand Dr. Kelly the tranquilizer darts. Dr. Kelly quickly loads them into her gun, leveling the barrel at her son. Suzaki, I thought we were in this together. Yeah, and I thought you were human, my dude, so, you know, shit changes. Dr. Kelly is a badass. Are you back in love with her a little bit now? Thank God. Dr. Kelly sighs heavily, staring down at the warped figure of her son. I can drag him into the safe room on my own. I'll meet you at the front door when I'm done. You return to the entrance of the clinic. Everything is quiet now, only streaks of paint where Reese's minions had once roiled out of cracks in the wood. I hope you understand this needs to stay between us. I don't care how much you feel like you need to share what just happened with other people. The more people know about this, the more trouble it is for me and for him. I don't need any more well-intentioned escape plans. Yeah, there's a magic stone in your basement. Just thought you should know. Also, we busted a hole in the wall to get down there. Okay, thanks for the heads up, I guess. Can I come visit him? As long as you don't bring anyone else along, yes, that would probably be good for him. I can't find myself want to see you, or that he won't have some harsh words if he does, but I don't want him to be entirely isolated. Do you think you'll let any of his friends in on this? She heaves a sigh. I'll have to think about it. We'd run the risk of one of them trying to break him out. But if he's stuck in a windowless room with no internet and no friends, that's a one-way ticket to insanity. Then I'd have an insane monster on my hands. Stella in particular would be a problem. That girl never knows how to mind her own business or follow other people's rules, and she would have absolutely no fear of what might happen if he was cut loose. Kanika, I might consider. She's got a bit of a bleeding heart and pretty inflexible morals, which could be a problem. On the other hand, I don't know how well she could keep a secret, and if Stella found out, then Kanika could probably be convinced to do a jailbreak, and then it'd all blow up in my face. You can probably tell I've put a lot of thought into this. It's the same calculation I've been doing for years, debating whether or not I could be fully upfront with any of them instead of just pushing them away and hoping they didn't notice what was really going on. She sighs again. Maybe I'll get him a kitten or something. He'll probably eat it! Like they did for Coco the gorilla. Might as well give him a tire swing while I'm at it, some enrichment for his enclosure. I hate that I have to do this to him. Poor Reese. I almost wish he was more like a werewolf. Transforms on a predictable schedule, isn't aware of himself when he does. It would make all of this a lot easier. Instead, I have to stare him in the eye while I turn the key, knowing that every time I do, I'm driving him further and further away from me. As much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I have to get to work. Gotta clean this place the best I can before tomorrow. Yeah, it's a bit painty. You should probably get home. It's dark. I'm sure your cousin is worried about you. I'm gonna give her a hug. You put your arms out for a hug. No offense, but I'm not a hugger. See you later, Suzaki. She wouldn't hug us. She firmly escorts you to the door. Closes behind you. The night is oddly warm compared to the chill of the day. Crickets singing quietly in the sleepy little neighbourhood. Everything that happened in the clinic feels almost like a dream, and now that it's over, you realise how little it meshes with your understanding of the world. It's time to go home. Yeah. She's a little bit of an enigma, isn't she? One cold, hard, badass, all-forgiving, loving, caring mother. But before you can get far, you're interrupted by the sound of panting and the telltale jingling of dog tags. It's the militia. They've poured out of the woods to stand before you on the road. You were looking for Gretchen, weren't you? We found her and her person. They're by the side of the road, a little ways through the woods. They're both fine, but the human wouldn't leave when we tried to make her, and Gretchen insisted on sticking by her side, so we'll have to take you to them. Hopefully you can use your people words to get them to go someplace safe. The woods are crawling with those awful creatures. It's not safe anymore, not even for a human. You're very, very good dogs. Lead the way. Yes, we are good dogs. Hear that, Scraps? I'm not in it for the accolades, Daisy. I just do it to help those who need it. You let the dogs lead you into the wilderness, following on their heels as they take you to Stella's hideaway. Before long, the trees thin and you find yourself on a steep hill by a two-lane road, lined on one side by sheer rock. And there, sitting on a log, oh yeah, there. Didn't spot her at first. Staring mournfully out at the asphalt is Stella. And there they are. Keep them safe. Be seeing you, Speaker. You sit on the log beside Stella. Suzaki, how did you... She looks over her shoulder in confusion. Is that a gang of dogs? I'm so glad my compatriots could be of service. I simply couldn't survive another night without my nice soft bed. Scraps and Daisy formed a militia. It's a long story, but they helped me find you. Huh, neat. I'm just gonna stay silent. Come on. Let's just get back to town. I know that stretch. That's the time to go home stretch. Thank the Lord I'll be sleeping in my own bed tonight. Thank you, Suzaki, for talking sense into this girl. I literally didn't say anything. Yeah, she doesn't need to hear about this tonight. You keep the events that transpired at the clinic to yourself, at least for now. Stella scoops Gretchen up into her arms, and the three of you walk back to town in silence. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. She gives you a tired wave before retreating into her house. Time for you to get home too. He appears out of nowhere, clothes streaked with what at first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realise it's paint, evidence of his altercation with Reese. I'll work you. So he's creepy, but he's not done anything, as far as I know, and Sybil seems to think he's fine. So, sure. Shall we? Wayne walks just ahead of you in near complete silence. Did you know Reese was like that? I knew he was different. How exactly, I wasn't sure. But now I know. Yeah, I'm not flirting with Wayne. I'm glad you're okay. I was worried Reese might have... Wayne emits a strange kind of coughing sound. You want me to flirt with him? I'm not doing it. I'm not... That's my limit. You want to flirt with Wayne, you buy the game. Flirt with him yourself. We're sticking with Avery. On this playthrough, at least. Wayne emits a strange kind of coughing sound. You realise he's laughing. He managed to catch me off guard. Those constructs of his were an interesting little trick, but that's all they were. Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika or Sybil? Why not Tabitha? Because you're special. I am special. It's about time someone recognised that. You can flirt with almost everyone. So Avery, Reese. Obviously that encounter can go down many different ways. Kanika, Stella, Wayne. I don't know if there's anyone else. But why? Why am I so special? You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? They are unbreakable. Thanks for looking out for me tonight. Anytime you find yourself in danger, I'll be there for you. I will always be there for you. You don't need to keep coming up with new topics of conversation to fill the silence. You're tired. It's been a long night. You should rest. Wayne remains silent for the rest of the journey back to the estate. I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. You should try to spend some time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around, too busy in the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you, and you might be surprised at what you find. Until then, sleep well. He disappears into the underbrush. I'm getting excited, because this is as far as I've ever played before, because we're getting to the end of the chapter. The estate feels empty, winds howling through its abandoned halls, the very foundations creaking beneath you. Your cousin must have already gone to bed. Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into your room and collapse on the bed. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. You close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese, trapped in that tiny windowless room, all his greatest fears realised, his body no longer his own. But you stopped him from killing Dr. Kelly, and that's pleased F. Jams, because F. Jams thinks Dr. Kelly is one hot mama. The world, at least for now, is protected from him. And then you think of nothing. This is the end of episode 4. Episode 5 finally awaits! Continue! If this is your first time playing episode 5, it's recommended that you watch the recap. But we've just played that. You respect her cat. Is that what it is, F Jams? Sure. No, we've just played through. A lonely piano refrain echoes through your head as you sleep. It feels like it goes on forever, clumsy and uncertain of itself, stopping and starting at random. But as your dreams start to fade, you realise the music is following you to the waking world, continuing even as your mind resolidifies and banishes the last few remnants of your dreams. Hello! When it finally stops, you're startled by the sudden silence. Human? Human, wake up! You slowly come to, roused by the voice of your small opossum friend. You feel strangely cold and uncomfortable, your muscles stiff and achy, your head still cloudy with sleep. Your vision comes into focus. See? Human, not dead. Okay. No easy breakfast for Dustin and Dustin, Mum. Dustin stands on your chest, his beady black eyes staring down into yours. Dustin's mum is hovering a healthy distance away. This, by the way, is often how I wake up. With Euclid on my chest. And Tiggy hovering a healthy distance away. Presumably having the same conversation between them of, no, she's not dead. No easy breakfast for us. We have to wait for her to get the breakfast out the fridge. It's just so funny, like, how familiar this view is of, like, every morning. No, it isn't possums. It's pussycats. You are not in your bedroom. What? Are we not? Did you two hear something just now, like a piano? Dustin not know about piano. Could hear some weird bird, though. No need worry about weird bird. Weird bird sound like it far away from here. Dustin, my wonderful little friend. I love waking up to your face. Human has been kind to Dustin. Dustin's so worried when Human got dragged away. Dustin, Mum. Also worried for Human. No Human went to visit Asshole Squatter. It okay that Glasshouse still belongs to Squatter. Asshole Squatter's too powerful, even for Human. But it's the thought that count. Dustin and Dustin Mum tried to help Human too when the other one came to take you away. But scary Human not afraid of small creature like us. But Dustin watch over good Human all night. You stand, your legs still wobbly with sleep, the odd tilt of the floor adding to your unsteadiness. So what the... who... Someone came into our room and dragged us away. I wonder what happens here without Talk with Animals, because none of this would be happening if we hadn't taken Talk with Animals, would it? So this is the Forbidden Wing, and Wayne dragged you here in your sleep. Oh, because he said forbidden places won't be forbidden. Can you ever trust the safety of your bed again? There are 2 doors out of the barren room. One is a normal doorway leading into what you assume to be a hallway. The other is a door that must once have been hidden, though the ruined state of the wallpaper has robbed it of its secrecy. Here. Yeah, investigate the once hidden door. There doesn't seem to be a clear way to open it beside the brass circle where the handle should be. I mean, this definitely is a wacky playthrough. Yeah. Because we chose Talk with Animals. This is definitely not the sanest playthrough we could be having. But I don't know how sane this game gets, so... Home on other side. Look through the hole where the handle used to be. You lean forward, peering into the narrow opening at what lies behind the door. The marsupial is right. It's your room. Which means you'd be able to slip right back into the safety of the rest of the house if you could just manage to find the handle. I want to explore the Forbidden Wing, but I don't want to... Like, I want to try forcing the door so that I've got a way back, but I don't want to block myself out of the Forbidden Wing. I'm going to try forcing the door. Oh, you push on the wall, it doesn't budge. You try messing with the metal contraption that stands in place of the door's handle, tugging and jiggling and pushing on it every which way and still nothing. Okay, let's go explore. You cross the slanted room and exit into the hallway beyond. That makes sense that we weren't dragged far. Before you is a long hallway. Dust dances in the weak sunlight, beaming in through the cracked glass. A tinge of mildew stings your nose, warning you away, though there's nowhere else to run to now. I mean, if we hadn't ever looked in the dresser, we could have never even met the possums. This is definitely the sort of game that makes me, the second I finish a playthrough, immediately start another playthrough to see what could be different if I make different choices. Or immediately load a save game or something, but I'd have to start right from the beginning and not do Speak to Animals. I probably won't stream another playthrough, but I'm definitely going to play this a bajillion more times. Obviously, when the next episode comes out, I'll stream a playthrough. An ornate entryway, its door long gone, breaks the monotony of the faded wallpaper, and a staircase looms at the far end. Investigate the ornate entryway. Yeah, it's definitely... There's a lot of games out there. Like, Dispatch comes to mind. Where on a first playthrough, it feels like your choices matter. It feels like you're having a big impact on the story. But then you play through a second time, and the story is basically exactly the same. With a few minor differences, but basically you realise your choices did nothing. It was the illusion of choice. Whereas this game, like, it can be completely different. Like, we have talked to Gretchen a lot in this game, the little pug, Stella's dog. She can die at the beginning of the game if you make different choices. So she might not even be there. So it's like, so many things can go so differently, and little choices that don't seem like massive things can have impact on what happens. And yeah, it's, I mean, basically no wonder it takes them a huge amount of time to release each chapter, because the amount of options they have to go through depending on what you might have chosen in earlier episodes. It's insane. Investigate the ornate entryway. You make your way to the large set of double doors in the middle of the hallway. You can hear the light click of claws on hardwood as Dustin's mum toddles along a safe distance behind you. Is Dustin on my shoulder then? Is that what's going on? It's a parlour. Of course the Scarlets of old would have had a dedicated space to entertain their guests. And again, it's like Euclid will be on me. He does like to sit on my shoulder sometimes. And Tiggy will be puddling along a safe distance away. I swear they're like, if anything happens to either of these possums, I will not be happy with the makers of this game. It would feel elegant if not for the massive crack that runs the entire length of the floor. The air here stinks of mildew. You can see why Tabitha doesn't want you exploring these rooms. Alright. You have a nice weekend too, F-Jams. I really recommend buying this game, because it's like no matter how many playthroughs you watch, you can still find a new one. And the windows are open, so of course it's going to be... And there's a big hole in the ceiling. Of course it's going to be damp and mildewy and yuck. There's a large painting on the far wall of the room. From a distance, it looks like it might depict the town. Something else catches your eye too. A bookshelf, or rather what's left of a bookshelf, hanging by a single rusted hinge. Its sagging shelves reveal some sunless space beyond, once hidden, now exposed by the rot of this house. Dustin almost never come in here. All open space. Too scary. But room behind wall is good hiding place. Dustin hide there sometimes. As he references this room behind wall, Dustin stares at the broken down bookshelf that has already caught your eye. Examine the painting. The painting highlights a number of old buildings and locales, many of which you've already visited. The town hall, the estate, the mines and the clinic. Still called a hospital at the time of this painting. The church. And then there's somewhere you've yet to see. The historical Callaway Tremaine homesteads. The faded bronze plaque beneath reads, "In commemoration of Enoch Scarlet, head of the Scarlet Hollow Landmark Revitalization Project, let the past never be forgotten. Dustin no get. Always making mark on old cloth. Does not know that cloth for eating." Enter the hidden room. You test each step as you make your way across the room, especially careful as you cross over to the ruined section of floor in front of the bookshelf. You can hear Dustin's mum hurrying behind you. We go to dark room now. Good. Big open space bad. Vulnerable to attack. The space is dark, its features barely illuminated by the faint light trickling in through the myriad of cracks and holes in the walls. The wallpaper, a deep exquisite red, adds a blood-like glow to the dimness. Whoa, look at all this stuff. The walls are lined with ornate display cabinets, some empty, some still presenting their antique treasures. Nestled in between cabinets, a single tall bookshelf remains standing, its occupants dusty, but mostly intact. But all of these are ornamental details. Your focus is drawn to an expensive-looking antique desk in the middle of the room. Good place to take nap. Examine the bookshelf. Maybe the collection of literature can help you learn about this room's occupant. You approach the shelf, your eager eyes poring over titles for anything that seems to stand out. The upper shelves are mostly classic fiction. Moby Dick, Shakespeare, various Dickens novels, nothing that stands out as particularly interesting. The bottom shelf seems to be home to reference books. Heavy volumes of long outdated construction law, treatises on various aspects of the coal industry. But there's also a book on city planning that stands out to you. The spine is marked with a dot. You pull it out, the shelf above shifting precariously, as if the book held some load-bearing purpose. The instant you crack its spine, a slip of paper falls out, ancient and fragile and yellowed with age. It's some kind of map. Ooh, we got a treasure map. Oh, is it all the places that the stone carvings? I wasn't even reading that. I was looking at this, because we've got the mine, we've got the hospital, we've got the town hall, and then there's one there. What looks to be a patch of farmland. You haven't paid this location a visit yet, but judging by the way the other buildings have had their ways of drawing you in, it's probably only a matter of time. You carefully fold the map and shove it into a pocket. That not good for eating. Dustin has tried. Human is taking it for nest, Dustin. Not everything is for eat. Square white leaves taste bad, but very good for nest. Use some in nest for Dustin and Dustin's siblings. Examine the desk. And this was all optional coming in here. Open the top drawer. The top drawer mostly contains old-timey letter-writing materials, complete with a fancy dagger-shaped letter opener and a wax stamping kit emblazoned with the initials ES. You can't help but notice the wax has been nibbled. And you look at Dustin and Dustin Mum to be like, who's been nibbling the wax? Red stuff stick to Dustin teeth. Tastes good, though. Underneath, you find a pile of crumbling financial documents, scrawled in neat cursive in every spot that needed a signature is the name Enoch Scarlet. This must be his desk, meaning this must also be his study. At the very bottom of the drawer, you're surprised to find a face you recognise staring back up at you, an antique photograph of a young man, his blonde hair nearly white against the dark sepia background. It's Teddy. He looks almost exactly the same as he did in your vision. Almost. There's a carefree look in his eye that seemed to have faded by the time he found his way to that hospital bed. Close the drawer. Bottom drawer. The bottom drawer offers some resistance as you try to pull it out. It seems that it was locked, though the bit of metal attempting to hold it shut seems to have rusted to the point of uselessness years ago. It gives in with a sharp tug, rotting wood splintering softly somewhere within the century-old desk. In it you find a strange collection of glass vials. Their surfaces are clouded over, but you can make out what seems to be paper, preserved somehow inside the containers, a hint of writing visible at the edges. You notice some of the corks have been lightly chewed, have they, Dustin? Pretty good for eating. Dustin always saved these for a special occasion. Tastes like old pond. Fine vintage. Open the vials. You reach for one of them, twisting the cork. It unseals with a pop, releasing a smell like an old pond, like decaying leaves and damp earth. You tug at the corner of the slip of paper and it unfurls, the writing across its surface as crisp and clear as if it had just been written. To Miss Maeve. I know it's been several years since my last visit, but I do hope you remember the young lad who used to find himself at your doorstep more than you probably would have liked. I write you now with the utmost urgency. I'm not sure if the news has yet reached you regarding what transpired just yesterday. Many lives were lost. The town is in a frenzy. I hope to mitigate some of the damage that has been done, and thus must speak with you at once. I attempted the journey to your place of residence, but was unable to locate it. You once told me of another way to reach you, and though it seems nothing but a half-remembered fantasy, I'm acting in desperation. I can only hope this letter finds its way to you, as you once said it would in my hour of need. I must meet with you at your soonest convenience. Sincerely, E.S. So I presume Maeve is the witch. The paper dissolves just as you finish reading the last few lines, as if it finally realised that it's been submerged all these years, turning to useless pulp between your fingers. It's a good thing you're a fast reader. New place to get tasty wets. Nothing Dustin Mum liked to see more than Dustin live in comfort. But Dustin better not let comfort make him soft. This is how Dustin brother die. It's unlikely you'll have the chance to return here, and the vials are too delicate to carry with you. Keep reading. Hell yeah. You open another. Miss Verena, trouble with tea. Your presence requested at once. And another. Verena, know what you tried. Do not appreciate the attempt at subterfuge. Thought we both knew what was at stake here. The boy's been dealt with. Expect me this evening for in-person discussion. Some of these letters are addressed to Miss Maeve, and some to a Verena. All are signed ES. You have to assume these to be from Enoch. Many seem unimportant, just listing a time and place. You assume meetings between Enoch and whoever this Verena may have been. Before you know it, the drawer is empty, the floor around you scattered with drained vials, the air stinking of wet rot. Awesome. You head down the eerie corridor, following the path laid out in the dust. No, Dustin, not go there. Dustin, come back. You turn to face Dustin's mum, who stands a little ways down the corridor from you, her posture tense. But Dustin is helping. Nothing bad will happen to Dustin with big, strong human around. Dustin, mum, say no. Don't care how strong human is. Only Dustin, mum know what best for Dustin. Dustin looks at you with his large, black, wet eyes. Human will have to go on without Dustin. He clambers down from his place on your shoulder, gripping your clothes with his little clawed hands. Hope human can find human-sized hole. We go back to Dustin house now. Human should be careful. Up there always smell like hurting. And with that final word of caution, Dustin and Dustin's mum toddle away, disappearing into some crevice that will take them back to the comfort of your dresser drawers. You continue following the tracks left by what you assume to be your fellow humans. They take you up a flight of stairs, and you find yourself on the third floor of the estate for the first time. There are more footprints leading all the way down the hallway into the farthest door. Approach the window. You carefully approach the window at the far end of the hall. There sure is a cliff. There's nothing below the window but the tops of distant trees, the ground having crumbled away. The only thing stopping you from plummeting to your death is the straining foundation that somehow holds this place together. At least for now. Move the boxes from in front of the nearest door. The boxes slide out the way with a bit of elbow grease. You push past them into the room beyond. The room is coldly empty. The large antique bed is made, its sheets ancient and dusty, but still somehow giving off a feeling of tidiness, even with the cobwebs stretched between each corner of its four-poster frame. Search the desk. You step towards the desk, its drawers practically overflowing with stationery. As you sift through the paper, it quickly becomes clear to you whose room this is. There are stacks of bills in Edwardine's name, filling nearly every drawer, and even once you manage to get past the layers of envelopes and trifold paper, you hit a permafrost of receipts. It seems she was doing her best to be meticulous and hold on to any scrap of paper that might possibly be important. But when you reach the bottom drawers, you find something entirely different. Greeting cards, letters, small wrapped packages, some open, some sealed, some crumpled into messy balls. You open one of the cards. Both pages are taken up by handwritten notes. Tabby, hope you're doing well. Not a day goes by that I don't miss you. Hope Pearl Ann treats you to your best Christmas yet. I'm not sure what sort of doodads you're into these days, so I sent a little something that made me think of you. I made sure they were the best shells of the bunch. Not sure how rare any of them are, but they're awful pretty, and they've still got that beach smell. And make sure you put your ear up to them too. Doesn't compare to the real thing, but it comes close enough. Oh, it says Dad. And in case you think that makes me a cheapskate, I made sure to send along a little cash to you so you can get yourself something nicer than glorified beach trash. Make sure you get Pearl Ann to take you to the nice toy store, because that's where I'd take you if I was there. If you get time, I'd love to hear from you. I miss you so much, Tabby, and I'm always thinking of you. You can come out and visit me anytime. I know you've always wanted to see what it's like out east. I've made sure to write out my address on the back of this card just in case you didn't know how to get a hold of me. Been missing you, my incredible, wonderful, amazing daughter. All my love, Dad. So was... What's that? I've forgotten her name already. Edwardine. Keeping these secret. Happy birthday, Tabby. It's me again, your old dad. So, the big 2-0. I can't believe my daughter is such an adult. In my mind, you're still that bouncy little kid doing cartwheels on the front lawn, telling me what various sounds animals make, like you're a professor of animal noises. I've no idea if you read these, but I'll keep writing them, even if it sometimes feels like I'm writing them to a ghost. I mean, we haven't spoken in almost 15 years. You're a whole human being now, and I have no idea what you're like. I'd like to think we'd get along, though. As always, my address is on the bag. I hope you'll decide to come and visit me one of these days. I've got a guest room all set up, just in case. It's always ready for you, kid. This is so sad. I love you and I always will, no matter who you turned out to be. Love, Dad. There were years and years and years of these. The bottom drawer is almost entirely unopened envelopes, dated from when Tabitha would have just been a kid, all from him. You pocket a few of the cards. Wonder if Tabitha's never explored this place, then. You make your way to the closet. But this can't always have been... This was Edwardine's room. So it can't always have been this broken down, right? Seems Edwardine kept things neat and orderly, or as neat and orderly as she could, considering the decaying state of the place. You can't help but notice that these dresses look strikingly like the style Tabitha wears. You can imagine Pearl Ann sifting through Edwardine's old trunks of clothes, recycling moth-eaten vintage dresses for her daughter in place of buying anything new. The only thing here besides her clothes and shoes is a box, shoved off to one side. You pick it up. Child-size overalls, striped shirts, a small pair of trousers with suspenders still attached. One of those little sailor boy suits from the One of those little sailor suits boys from the 50s were always wearing. When you pull out the last shirt, a note is revealed, tucked away in the bottom of the box in a protective plastic sleeve. It's scrawled in almost illegible handwriting, written in some thick brown watery ink that's cracked with age. Mummy, I am in here too, and I love you. Your hands tremble, the note somehow making the tips of your fingers feel dirty even as it sits behind a layer of plastic. You drop it back in the box, once again covering it with clothes, shoving it back into the recesses of this forgotten closet where it belongs. And it's time for break. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Where would you poop, though?
Don't mind me while I do a 50-point turn in a boat. Gently does it. Gently does it. Gently does it. Gently does it.
Congratulations! All hail our new junior supervisor!
I'm a junior supervisor.
You best be joking.
You must be joking.
Tell me you are, and this doesn't have to end in blood.
God. Alright, Panhorn. Fuck's sake. I mean, he's down anyway. Oh, she looks so happy. I'm at the edge of the battle. No, 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 no. Ow, I said no. This might go very bad.
Don't give me trouble now.
This
Yeah, it
guard
went
caught
very
you
bad.
picking a lock. Perhaps you'd like to try the lock of your very own self.
No, no thanks. Yeah, I was just looking.
The guard is impassive. Your little speech was unconvincing.
Cool. Discover your knowledge vault. Is that what we call my brain now? Maybe that's what I need to start calling my brain. This is my knowledge vault. Right up here. You're done here. Return to the hallway. Do you think that note was written in blood? Finished with the tucked away room, you return to the hallway. Into the middle room. This space was clearly once a nursery, though no child has been in here for a long, long time. Check the bookshelf. The top shelf is occupied by antique picture books, Dick and Jane, books of nursery rhymes, ancient editions of Grimm's fairy tales. The lower shelves are full of educational material, from children's encyclopedias to writing practice workbooks. From the sheer number of learning-oriented books on the shelf, you get the impression that the children who lived here were not supposed to be as interested in fun and fiction as they were in dictation and spelling. Your family may have been wealthy, but maybe not in joy. Learning is fun. You leaf through a few of the practice workbooks, gently turning the near crumbling pages. Alexandra Scarlet. Reasons Mummy should take me and Mary Bell to the zoo. 1. We have been very good girls and have not cried for a whole week. 2. Mary Bell says elephants are big and I would like to see one. 3. I think it would be very fun and Mummy would have a good time. All are signed with the carefully scrawled signature of Alexandra Scarlet. You flip through the rest of the book, your eyes unfocused as the many practice sentences and letter copying pages flash by, but something near the back of the book gives you pause. In a section that starts with the prompt "Today I," Alexandra continues with "talked to the boy in the wall." This last prompt lingers with you. If all of these practice books are the same, you wonder what else you'll manage to find under "Today I." You grab the next copy, opening it to the first practice writing page. Today I told the boy in the wall about my family. Then the boy in the wall said he is happy he has a kid to talk to. I am also glad because Mary Bell is mean sometimes and tells me what to do. He's really nice and I hope he can come out of the wall to play with us soon. Today I told the boy in the wall that I'm sad. He was really nice and told me he knows how to make Mummy be nicer to me. He said Mummy tucks him in every night and reads him stories and is never mean, and that if I was in the wall, Mummy would also be nice to me. He said there can only be one kid in the wall, so he will have to switch places with me, but Mummy will be nice to me then, so it's okay. Today I ate dinner with Mummy. She said she made me special dinner and sat with me the whole time. I was a good girl and ate it all. Mummy is proud of me. It was a good day and I'm happy. The rest of the book is blank. There's some weird shit going on in this family, isn't there? Follow the trail to the furthest room. You continue following the trail of footprints, approaching the farthest stream down the hall. The door was clearly meant to be hidden, but it's been left open. The room is starkly empty, save for a rug and a few candelabras. The lack of dusty old boxes and rotting antiques mark it as distinct from the rest of the cluttered, forgotten spaces you've explored. You continue forwards towards the door on the far side of the room. You exit into a short hallway. There are stairs here, leading back down to the lower floors, but there's also another door. It's hanging ajar, the many locks and deadbolts along its edge glimmering in the weak morning light. Is this where we were in the ghost thing? The doorframe itself is gouged and splintered, evidence that some desperate creature tried to save itself from the room, time and time again. You step forward. This was a prison cell. Everything about this place reeks of neglected humanity. The walls are covered in scratches. What does that say something? O-V-A... I can't make it out. The walls are covered in scratches, legible words mixed in with the nonsense of desperate clawing. The one window, set high in the far wall, is fitted with a thick pane of glass, as if the iron bars just beyond it wouldn't be enough to hold the imprisoned. You can't help but notice that the doll from your closet sits watching you from the bed, one eyelid drooping. It adds an extra layer of menace to the already deeply unsettling room. Property of Alexandra. Your eyes are drawn to the massive, almost letters, dug deep into the brick as this cell's prisoner could manage, highlighted with whatever pigments were available. And then one final detail grabs you, a metallic glint from the filthy bare mattress, a doorknob. This is what you've been looking for. Was it left here for you? As you take it, a sound wraps around you. Music. The tinkling of piano keys played by a clumsy hand. They echo up a narrow staircase at the end of the hall. Follow the music, obviously. You've come this far. Clearly you're meant to go just a little further. The stairs take you into what you have to assume was once servants' quarters, a network of cramped passageways, hidden away behind the expansive rooms of the estate without so much as a window for illumination. But you persist and descend deeper into the bowels of the Scarlet Estate, the echoing piano your only company. Soon enough you see light again, the sun creeping in through the edges of a nearly hidden door. You're at the end of another long corridor. Its high ceilings and tall windows are almost disorienting as you step out from the cramped, gloomy stairwell. The music echoes mournfully in the vast space, a chorus of wind adding a melancholy harmony as it whips in from the overgrown courtyard outside. That means the locked door to the Forbidden Wing is just down the hall. But you've yet to confront your guide. Finish what you started and find the piano player. The musician plays on as you move cautiously through the dark, the slope now so dramatic it feels like walking downhill, jagged remains of floorboards jutting out like splintered trees. The flow of notes finally stops as you reach an open doorway to what was once a music room. Wayne stands from the bench of a battered grand piano, turning to face you. So now you've seen it, Sasaki. He makes his way down the tilted floor towards you. A breeze passes by him, carrying with it the smell of the smell from the wounds that is his body. I hope you enjoyed the show. He stops just a few paces away. And I trust you understand the implications of everything you've seen. If you aren't careful, and you put your faith in the wrong people, things could go very, very wrong for you. I want to talk to him. Right. What's with all the dramatics? Isn't this all a little theatrical? There are things you needed to see, and I doubt you would have been interested in a private guided tour. Not when I'm the one who would have been giving it. And once I'd helped you find what you needed to find, I wanted you to choose to come to me, to know you were truly open to a conversation. I'm here, aren't I? Can't you say I trust you? You can tell me whatever it is you want me to know. Do you want to be somebody else's puppet, Sasaki? I can guide you to where you need to be, but it's up to you to open your eyes. The witch holds some of the final pieces. Find her. Pry them from... Oh, what? Pry them from her hands, and then everything should start falling into place. You have no idea who he could be talking about. No, I do know. I mean, I don't know who the witch is. I feel like it might be Sybil, but not necessarily. But I've encountered a witch in a few scenarios. Unless you're already starting to forget about her. Memory is a disloyal thing, isn't it? Physical, easily manipulated. Yeah, we had that flash of when the doctor talked to us about where she got the idea for the medicine from. We have no idea what was said in that conversation. But something being missing from your head doesn't mean it's gone from the world. I don't know who you're talking about. You'll remember when you need to. What's with the doll in that room? She liked it. So I liked it too. It was nice to see it again after so many years. Did you need to carry me off in my sleep? A moment of weakness. I was impatient. How did I not wake up? You've been a heavy sleeper lately. This town has been demanding so much of you. And I was gentle. Who lived in that last room? Wayne cocks his head almost playfully. I did. I'd been in that room a long, long time. Though my being free now is meaningless in the grand scheme of things. The town itself is enough of a prison that I might as well still be stuck behind that door. But at least I'm free enough to warn you. Does Tabitha know about all this? Of course. Why do you think she invited you here? Oh, that absolute bitch. Indeed, she is. And hopefully one who won't get the chance to cause any more undue suffering. What do you mean this town is a prison? I can't leave. No one really can. As it stands now, Scarlet Hollow doesn't like letting go of its prisoners. They may be able to cross the town line, but not without paying a price. That can be changed, though. It wasn't always this way, and it was never meant to be. We can put an end to it. Oh, we need to call someone about this. The police or the National Guard or somebody. Trust me when I say they wouldn't be able to help. The forces at work in Scarlet Hollow run deep. There is no one person they can arrest, no group of people they can blame and do away with. It's beyond the realm of flesh. But I know how to fix everything. I know how to keep you safe for as long as you live. Okay, but if you murder me right now, like, keep you safe for as long as you live. It's a weird statement, right? Because if you murdered me right now, then I'm dead. And I wasn't particularly safe, but I was safe for as long as I lived. Okay. I'm with you all the way. Help me stop this. Wayne's shoulders seem to relax slightly, as if he's relieved. Good. Our enemies rely on keeping us divided. I mean, it's the old trope, isn't it, in games and horror movies and all, like, the person who seems creepy and like the bad guy isn't the bad guy. I mean, he might be the bad guy. But I feel like the person that you're supposed to be pushed away from is the person who actually is going to help. They know how much stronger we can be together. Be careful who you trust. I will always be there when you need me. So we shouldn't trust... So he's saying we shouldn't trust Tabitha. Wayne steps away, his shining eyes watching you unblinking from behind his veil, before finally disappearing back into the darkness of the estate. Nothing left for you to do here but leave. You make your way back to where you woke up and slot the handle into the secret door in the wall. It twists, and the door pulls back and you stumble through your closet and back into your bedroom. You lean against your doorframe, relieved at once again having sturdy, unsloped ground beneath your feet and moderately clean air to breathe. The estate has gotten to you. After the events of this morning, your body burns with a ferocious itch to leave this place behind, to be anywhere but here. You leave in a haze, mindlessly grabbing clothes and an uncharged phone, barely even noticing your surroundings as you rush outside, the morning's revelations seizing your body and mind alike with a suffocating grip. The cell, the doll, Wayne's insinuation that Tabitha has known about all of this, and even more that she's partaken willingly in your family's crimes. Not only that, but she has designs for you. Is it true? I can't jump to any conclusions yet. I was shown what someone else wanted me to see. That's true. Everything you found in the Forbidden Wing could have been the work of an unreliable narrator. Not that it saves you from the ever-tightening grip of anxiety strangling your lungs. The events of this morning aren't the sort of thing you can casually move to the back of your mind. You have to do something. I think, yeah, going to the library to get more information. You're out of breath by the time you wind up outside the library, panting as you try to compose yourself before entering. The library is somewhat less silent than usual. There are sounds coming from the open doorway of the mayor's office upstairs, the shuffling of paper accompanied by low muttering. You recognise Oscar by a slightly manic laugh that cuts through the murmuring, as uncharacteristic as it is for the librarian. I don't know what you expect me to do about this, Jimmy. I can't exactly talk to the human, can I? And here I thought you were interested in helping the dogs of the town, or does that only apply to the select few you deem worthy of help? There are much bigger problems around here than whether or not there's a man in your office. Don't you have a house to go back to anyway? What do you need that room for? The office is where I do my important mayoral duties, and it's where the mayoral bed is stored, which happens to be my favourite, so I was upset to find it had been carelessly tossed aside by a madman who's torn a hole in the wall. That's my wall. He had no right to do that. Jimmy, go home to your human, alright? It's dangerous to be wandering around on your own out here, but I can't be your personal bodyguard. You already got one of those. And that man has every right to do what he wants with that office. This place is for humans, remember? So do what you're supposed to do and go on home where you'll be safe. Scraps turns and leaves, his claws clicking across the pavement. No wonder they elected me. It's like he doesn't even care about what makes a mayor a mayor. Mayor Jimmy wanders off, undoubtedly settling in on an inferior bed elsewhere in the library. Gonna sit all over the place, make the whole library stink like dog. People should make Cat the mayor. Do way better job. Less stinky. Go upstairs. You climb the stairs and find Oscar amid a scattered pile of old paper and ancient leather-bound ledgers. The mayor was right. There's a big hole in the wall. Sasaki, excellent. I was hoping I might see you today. I couldn't sleep at all last night. I kept thinking about the stone and everything it might mean, and whether or not there were more, and how if there are, they might cause further disasters, which of course means it would be advantageous if we managed to find them before they do what they did here. And then Rosalina mumbled something about rooms being wrong in her sleep, and that just made something click for me. Long story short, I decided to start looking through old floor plans for the buildings in town. First I figured the town hall already shared all its secrets with us, but haha, as you can see, there was still more to be found. I found a discrepancy in what is now the mayor's office between the initial plans and how it stands today, so I started knocking on walls, you know, like in all the movies, and lo and behold, an honest-to-God secret room full of some old storage closet that's been sealed away behind the wallpaper for a century, full of old hollow secrets with your family at the centre of it all. There were building plans for all these locations around town, the town hall included, where there's clearly been extra work done to bury things in the foundations. All as part of the Scarlet Hollow landmark revitalisation project run by Enoch in the period following the Shaw mine collapse. And more than that, I found what I think are models of what was supposed to be buried and where, like this. Oscar produces a small stone object. Its details are simpler, less refined, but this is unmistakably a model of a stone carving, though whether or not it's one you've seen already eludes you. This is one of the carvings you described to me the other day, isn't it? I wonder what they're supposed to be. Was Enoch at the helm of a secret society running Scarlet Hollow back in the day? Is there still a secret society running Scarlet Hollow now? And add to the mystery, there's this name I've seen repeated throughout these documents, Verena. She seems to be deferred to as an authority, which of course stuck out to me, as there weren't a lot of women involved in government or construction or that sort of thing back then. Consulted Verena. Verena requested this change or that, so I went looking for more information on this person, but I wasn't able to find any records of her elsewhere. No birth certificates, death certificates, property purchases, marriages, divorces, nothing at all. I suppose she may have lived off the grid. There were plenty of people who lived and died with no record that they ever were, but I have to admit, that's curious, isn't it? Yeah, I actually found something about a Verena in the estate this morning. You explained to Oscar what you were able to take away from the vials hidden away in Enoch's secret study. Old vials, fascinating. There's no use denying the existence of magic. This was clearly some type of one-way communication system with a built-in mechanism to destroy itself if it fell into the wrong hands. And there's two names, Verena and Maeve. It would seem that Maeve is older than Enoch, and she was who he turned to after a disaster, I assume the collapse of the Shaw mine. But then she disappears with Verena taking her place, and it would seem that Enoch and Verena had a falling out, with her apparently trying to undermine him, but for what reason, I wonder? Miss Maeve. Could Verena have been a pseudonym? Maybe Maeve is the one in the town records and I was looking for the wrong name. You didn't happen to find anything else, did you? Any bit of information right now helps. You recount everything you experienced in the estate, the whole harrowing adventure, culminating in the horrible little cell you found hidden away in your encounter with Wayne. All of these little puzzle pieces have come together and it's showing us a picture of your family, of Enoch, right at the heart of Scarlet Hollow's problems. Let me explain. The way I see it, these carvings are clearly tied to the incidents that have happened in town this week. There was the stone at the basement of the annex, which, it would seem, was built for the sole purpose of extending the town hall enough to cover the installation site. And of course there was the stone installed in the Shaw mine once it had been dug out. Maybe it's just correlative? Correlative. But correlation is the only tool we really have at the moment. Assuming I'm right about all of this, there are 3 more locations, which means we have 3 opportunities to preempt something catastrophic. My notes indicate the likely locations are Dr. Kelly's clinic, the church, and one of the old farmhouses. I believe it's the Tremaine property. Though of those 3, the farm seems the most accessible. I assume a practical woman like Dr. Kelly would need some convincing before we could tear down any walls, and we'd probably need heavy machinery for the carving at the church. Yeah, about that. I don't know how long it would take to get our hands on an excavator. Maybe that's something your cousin would be able to help with. But that would also mean involving her. Yeah, I've already been to the clinic. Clinic's done. Oh my god, if I hadn't waited, if only I'd found all of this sooner. Back when the bloodstain first appeared in my daughter's carpet, imagine what could have been avoided. But I can't change the past. All I can do is work even harder and try to make up for lost time. What a shame about the Kelly kid, but it sounds like the doctor knew the best course of action. Maybe when all this is over and we've managed to break whatever curse is holding this town in his grip, he'll go back to the way he was. Oscar pauses, his eyes drifting towards the door. We have to hope it can all get better. Oscar, did you listen to me about the estate? I feel like you're barely taking what I told you seriously. There's a lot more going on than just ancient history here. I'm taking all of this extremely seriously. I would hope the hole I made in the wall shows just how dedicated I am to fixing all of this. Of course I'll be looking into everything you shared with me, but those are secondary areas of research and things that don't require an in-person investigation. If you're afraid of your cousin, just avoid her. You can come back to the library after you find the next carving if that helps. You don't need to stay in the estate. Yeah, Wayne wanted me to find a witch. This Verena seems to fit the bill. Unfortunately, if there's nothing in the records, there isn't a meaningful avenue to explore with her, no threads to follow. She probably died a long time ago. If she were alive, she'd have to be well over 100 years old. I suppose a witch could live a long time, who's to say? But I'm not sure I'm ready to entertain that sort of thinking. I've still got my feet planted too firmly in reality. 5 locations? Do we think that's all of them? I don't see why we would doubt that. All of this was hidden away, untouched. If someone had tried to cover their tracks, I doubt they'd leave anything for us to find in the first place. We only found 4 though on that thing. Right? It doesn't tell us. I do like this, by the way, that tells us what the important decisions are, so we know what to change in a future playthrough. What do you mean we'd need heavy machinery for the church? These schematics seem to suggest it won't be accessible from inside the building itself. There's mention of the pastor at the time giving them trouble, so they installed it using a tunnel system to bypass his permission. It looks to me like the tunnels are under what the kids call Tetanus Lake, or at least that's what we used to call it back in my day. People have been treating it like a trash heap for decades. It's all rusted cans and broken bottles. If we want to access any of it, we'll need serious equipment. Or Pastor Daniel's permission to tear up the pulpit, which I assume will result in much the same argument the pastor had with Enoch 100 years ago. Do you know what to expect at the farm, or at least where on the farm the stone would be? It looks to be buried underneath the house in what seems like a root cellar, similar to the one in the annex. As to what to expect, I'm afraid I have no insights there. Something bad, I imagine. Though the men out there are usually heavily armed, so at least you'll have weaponry available this time. Mr. Gutierrez? I think maybe you forgot, but I asked a little while ago if you could help me with Rosalina's medicine, because I think it's wearing off and she's having a lot of trouble. She's saying some really weird stuff. Like, she's been saying some weird stuff since yesterday, but now it's getting, like, really weird. Like in movies where people do drugs and see spirals and stuff. And I know there's a lot of rules about the medicine, and I don't remember what they are, which one she's supposed to have every 3 hours or every 12 hours, and I really, really don't want to mess up. Sure, I can walk you through it again. The ones with the yellow sticker are every 3 hours. Can you just come and do it? The last couple of times I came up to ask, I forgot everything by the time I was down there, and I think she also really needs some food, but all you have is onions, and I don't know what to do with those. Look, I'll be done in just a minute, I promise. In the meantime, why don't you call the doctor and see if she can walk you through it? It's not like I'm the expert. Anyway, it's probably good to double check. And after we get Rosa sorted, I'll give you some cash so you can run to the gas station for some snacks for you both. We can order pizza for dinner if your parents haven't come to pick you up by then. How's that sound? Okay. Alexis wanders back downstairs. Jesus, I keep losing track of time. Clearly, I need to get my head out of the clouds, at least long enough to get some parent time in. Now, where's that map? He rifles through his papers, searching. He finds what he's looking for and hands it to you. It's a map of Scarlet Hollow. The best route to Julius Tremaine's farm is down Main Street, then turn on to the first dirt road and keep going. But the map should help you keep things straight. It's Julius! Good luck out there, Sasaki. I really hope it's not too bad, but we're working towards something now. I know we can solve this if we just collect as much data as we can. Yeah. Oscar, you're ignoring your kid. You're pushing me away. Do you really think there's anything here that's worth that cost? I'm not ignoring her. The most important thing for her right now is rest. She was sleeping all morning. I wasn't going to interrupt that. Though I suppose I must be more scattered than I thought if that was the second time Alexis had come to ask me about it. But the work is important too. I know it is. And I'm doing all this for you. I'm not pushing you away. I'm supporting you. I'm sorry if that's not how it seems, but there's something to be uncovered here, and once I find it, it will all make sense, I promise. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Oscar, don't make Alexis give your daughter her medicine. Do it yourself. Yes, of course I will. I said I was going to, and I'll do it as soon as you leave. Good luck out there, Sasaki. It's been a hard week, but I know we'll make it through now that we have a clearer understanding of things. I'll be here when you get back, ideally with a plan to access the church. You leave Oscar to his research and make your way back to Main Street, map in hand. But where could you possibly turn to next? I don't know what that means, I'm going to someone I can trust. But I like that. That's right. If you just manage to throw yourself in the arms of someone you can actually trust, maybe they can help you. Maybe you don't have to deal with this alone. Can you trust anyone? Avery. You can trust Avery. Yeah, they're the only other outsider I know here. Avery is the only other outsider you know of in Scarlet Hollow, which means that maybe they're the only person in town who can understand you right now. Run to Avery? Yeah, go to the diner. You arrive at the diner breathless and panicked. You pause in the lot outside, doing your best to gather your thoughts, trying to make yourself presentable before being seen in a place as public as Winnie's. But before you can enter, a voice calls out to you from around the corner. Looking for Avery? They're up at Julius's. Left me high and dry dealing with some very irritable miners. Sounds like the strike's off and a bunch of folks got fired over it. But you didn't hear it from me. I thought giving a job to my sister's kid would make running the diner easier, but this is the second shift in a row I'm understaffed. But I guess it's good they're finally making friends in town. Why is Avery at Julius's place? Hell if I know, didn't ask. I'd rather this wasn't the case, I'll tell you that much. Can't say I approve of Avery getting calls from a crusty old man like Mr. Tremaine. But I don't stick my nose where it don't belong. Yeah, you gotta help me, there's a dungeon up in the Scarlet Estate. But Winnie stops you almost immediately. That sounds like it ain't my business. Now if Avery decides it's theirs, that's entirely up to them, but I'm old enough to have learned my fair share of lessons. First and foremost of which is when someone tells me a rich white woman has a dungeon in her house, I didn't hear a word of it. I've kept this diner running for 30 years, and a lot of that comes down to knowing when to pick a fight and when to stay in my lane. And let me tell you, the answer is always to stay in my lane. Best of luck with your troubles, and you better not let so much as a stray feather land on Avery, or I'll be coming for you. Winnie returns to the diner, leaving you alone to ponder your next step. I mean, if Avery is at the farms, then yeah, we go to the farms. It's a miles-long walk. If you go there now, alone, you're committed. Yeah, I'm going. Avery's already there, right? Your destination set, you start the miles-long march to the Tremaine and Callaway farms. You can only hope that answers await you there rather than even more questions. This might be the wrong decision. What? I just got an achievement that said reach the farms without being arrested. Why would I be arrested? As you make your way along the sunlit dirt road, you feel it. A tingling at the back of your skull, an urgency, almost like a hand pressing you gently forward with the threat that it might become more forceful if you don't comply. Like so much crying. Crying that can only stop if you tend to it. You pick up the pace. You lose track of time, your attention glued to each step, your mind ceding control to your feet. They know exactly where you need to be. And so the trance goes, until it's halted by the unlikely sight of a familiar figure on the path ahead. Hey, Wayne. Good, you found your way. I knew you would eventually. You knew I'd come here? It's the loudest today. The town has shifted its attention in accordance, whether or not it realizes as much. He's right, of course. It's not a sound exactly, but there is something calling, begging. And you're particularly susceptible. Are you going to come with me? Unfortunately, I can't. Not this time. I only wanted to offer some words of encouragement, and I'm afraid that's all I can offer. I would much rather be by your side through this, but the witch is dangerous to me. But not to you. She can't hurt you in a way that matters, especially now that she's at her most vulnerable. His words feel far away, the not sound in your mind, the call of the thing that at the farms is louder. It needs you to keep walking. Just be careful of the farmer. He places a guiding hand on your back, urging you forwards. And that's all it takes. Your feet are moving almost on their own. You've been set on your course. The trees part, the woods thinning and giving way to messy patches of scraggly end-season garden vegetables seated in between a pair of farmhouses on opposite hills. Not that the details are important. Your destination is the further of the two structures. Emma, what's going on? I got a page from the sheriff and nobody's here. Where are the cops? I just called him on account of Bo went missing, and the last I heard he said he wanted to go give Julius a piece of his mind. First the sheriff went in alongside that white deputy, the one in sunglasses. But then something happened and there was a gunshot and then this awful howling went like no creature I've ever heard. That's when the other deputy, the black one, he ran in and the door shut behind him. Nobody's come out since. So everyone's inside. Starting to get concerned. I'm running out of folks to call for help. Wait, is that Sasaki? What the hell is she doing here? You're aware that this is a crime scene, right? And that the cops are all missing. The talking is just noise. Their words don't matter. There's a humming in your head, almost like a voice. One you can just barely make out, but you know it will be clearer the closer you get to the stone. You start wandering up towards the farmhouse at the top of the hill. Oh, come on! Where do you think you're going? But you continue forward. You barely even notice your hand slipping over the doorknob. It's going to be alright, Irma. We'll get Bo out of there, I promise. And now you're inside. Who the fuck? Where the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Sheriff Hugby dangles in the middle of the room. An axe, attached to some strange mechanism in the ceiling, is embedded in his face, holding up his corpse in an imitation of life. Jesus. What is that? Is it goopy? And what's all this? Careful, Joan. There are traps all over the damn place. Past the body. Oh, that's a giant pumpkin. Past the body, you can see a giant pumpkin through the door to the garage, cracked open, its guts strewn across the floor, seeds dotted across the hardwood like a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the basement stairs. What the hell is going on here? I mean, says you. Derrickson, is the doc here yet? We need a medical professional down here. His voice is coming from the basement. That's where you need to be. He's been shot, Joan. I think you'd better call somebody. The doctor's here? Julius, you should let her come down. You don't really want the officer to die down here, do you? And that's Avery. I'm not the one blocking the stairs. I'm not the one you gotta convince. It won't be blocked for you. The stone wants you here. Everybody shut up. Avery, that's your name, right? Get pressure on that wound. Yes, ma'am. Get away from him, kid. But the doctor... I don't care. Let him bleed. You're only making problems for yourself, Tremaine. Dr. Kelly quickly pulls out her phone. Damn it, there's no signal in here. I've got to step outside. You keep holding that wound and no one else had better die while I'm gone. The doctor pulls at the door, but a weave of fibrous tendrils hold it shut. It would seem that the same forces that let all of you in refuse to let anyone leave. Are we stuck in here? What the hell are we supposed to do now? But you already know what to do. You're vaguely aware that Officer Derrickson is trying to stop you, but he's too nervous to take a step. You reach the basement door and start to claw at the weird, fleshy vines blocking your way. They're strong, but they relent under your touch, welcoming you down below. Who the hell? You tried to undermine me, witch. I should have known you'd try to find a way around the rules. You've trapped the town. This isn't what any of us wanted. You should nullify the deal before it gets any worse. It's just unhappy. I didn't think something like that would be so opinionated. But I have a plan to placate it. If it wants a less broken body, it can have one. Then we'll see if it still feels cheated enough to hold a grudge. It's not too late, Enoch. You can let Eddie have the baby, and your family can go back to normal, happy and unburdened. I'll clean everything up. It can be like nothing ever happened. I'll even leave town. Manipulative hag. That's what you wanted all along, wasn't it? This whole ordeal was just an opportunity for you to have access to it. Well, I know better than to hand an ounce of power over to you, Verena. Hey. You're not dead, are you? Have to find the witch. Find the witch. The witch? Sybil? So you have business with her too. Guess I should have known I probably wasn't the only one whose life she decided to fuck with. But it all ends now. I'm in charge here, and I'll get what I was promised. Hey man, calm down. It's all good. Speak for yourself. What the fuck is that? Is that Bo? Your vision finally focuses, and your mind is once again your own. Avery watches you furtively from across the room. What? The man Julius holds a gun in silent threat. Franklin clutches at a nasty wound in his side, blood spilling out onto the dirt floor of the unfinished basement. And in the corner is Bo. Something's attached to him, the source of the awful noise. It stutters with pained inhalations. Bo is still breathing, but he doesn't look well. The stone brought you here and stuck you in the middle of another nightmare. Sasaki, we can't get to you. The door's sealed shut. Even as she yells to you, her voice is faint, barely audible behind the now thickened roots and vines that block your escape. Let's bring Sasaki up to speed, Julius. She looks a little shell-shocked. Where do I fucking begin? Alright. So the witch. I caught her doing some shit she shouldn't have been doing. She offered me a deal if I kept it to myself. I always wanted to raise a boy of my own. God never saw fit to give me the chance. She gave me the means to right that injustice. Only it obviously didn't go quite the way it was supposed to. Calloway's interfered, just like always. Made it so I had to hatch him earlier than he was ready, and he came out hungry. Too hungry for me to handle. He kept trying to get at me, so I had to hole up down here. Been stuck since fucking Wednesday night. Damn roots won't let me leave, and they've clogged up the drain, so I haven't been able to call that witch to get her to make things right. But I'm a man of preparedness. Figured I could wait him out. Until Bo here decided to trespass. Guess he lost a tussle with my boy, and the two of them wound up down here with me. And that about sums it up. I guess in the end it's only fair. A son for a son. And birth ain't ever pretty, is it? It's not like doing it the old-fashioned way, is all sunshine and roses. I just hope he winds up looking more like a person when he's done cooking. He does look a bit fetus-ish. I don't give a shit about your story, Tremaine. None of that gives you a reason to shoot a cop. Self-defense. Castle doctrine. What the fuck? Where should I care what happens here? I've just been dropped into the middle of the situation without any context. I don't need you to care. I ain't asking you to. People should care, even about somebody they don't know. You didn't care much about me though, did you? Not until somebody you actually gave a shit about was in trouble. I think you might have made it a little hard with all the traps and stuff. No, maybe you haven't been here long enough to see it yet, kid, but people pick favourites. They don't even know it. They think they're giving everyone a fair shake, but not the guy with the hard look in his eye, huh? Not the guy who doesn't say his pleases and thank yous in just the right way, ain't that right? The room falls into silence. The echoes of his outburst die against the walls of the cramped cellar. Avery, I thought you were chill. Why the hell are you helping this guy? Hey, don't you go after the kid. You don't know the first thing about... It's okay, Julius. I get why she's asking. I'm helping Julius because he needed help. He thought my plant expertise might come in handy with all these root things, so he called me. But so far I don't feel like my plant tricks haven't been... Should I say have? Have been that useful. There's no getting these roots out of Bo without causing serious damage, especially now that the baby is freaked out. It's like he's clamping down harder. You're doing what you can, kid. Never should have called you up here. You didn't have to seal this. Nobody did. And why is Deputy Franklin shot? All I did was walk in. You can't just walk into a man's house and expect to have the run of the place. You were getting ready to pull out your gun. I was defending myself. You need to let Bo go. There's no letting him go anymore. Listen, clearly you need something. You woke up talking about the witch. You want to know where she is? I can tell you how to find her. If none of you does anything stupid, then I'll tell you what I know. Sound fair?
No.
The conversation is interrupted by Bo shifting uncomfortably as the creature lets out a guttural moan. So what? We're just supposed to wait until the Calloway kid dies? That's exactly right. My kid gets born, we all forget this ever happened. Bo and the baby. Does your son have a name? You don't name a kid till after it's born. Even I know that. Bad luck if you do it early. Is there really no way we could separate him from Bo? Maybe if we offered him something better. It's not a debate. Shut up or I'll shut your mouth for you. I don't know, Julius. I still think there's something we're missing. And if Sasaki thinks so too, maybe it's worth talking about again. That's why I'm here in the first place, right? To come up with some other solution. And you and I already decided this was best. That discussion was had and done with before anybody else even showed up. How do you know it'll stop with Bo? It sounds like it was hunting you before it found him. What happens when it gets hungry again? I don't appreciate you trying to pick all this apart. Just sit there and stay quiet and we won't have trouble, got it? You won't get the chance to go after Julius. I'll be taking you in. Not if you hurry up and die. Bo squirms with discomfort. The baby seems to be digging deeper. The witch? What exactly did you catch her doing that made her make a deal with you? Look, I'm a man of my word. She told me I'd get what I wanted, and I told her she would get my silence. I'll stand by that. But that being said, perhaps it had something to do with that husband of hers, and whatever he was sick with. Husband? She's married? But she's so young. Young? That old crone? We must be talking about different people, kid. It ain't like she's married now anyway. He's been dead for some time on account of the illness. Enough talking. Someone has to destroy this thing. It might as well be you. The waiting brings you to your limit, and then it brings you past it. I feel like I'm on a timer. You move quickly, diving across the small room, scooping up the shears on the floor as you zero in on Bo and the thing slowly eating its way through him. Hey, hey! The shears come down on the thing, piercing its unnaturally soft chest. Bo's stolen blood pours out of its orifices in a thick sludge. Bo gasps as if it's him you've stabbed, the thick veins under his skin expanding, writhing. No! You'll pay for this! You whirl around to see his gun trained on you, your heart freezing in a split second of utter terror. Franklin stumbles forward, trying to reach for his gun, but unable to stifle a cry of pain. Julius's attention is pulled away from you, towards the sorry sight of a cop trying desperately to wield his pistol. Julius, we're not killing anybody. Give me the... Who got shot? Did I make the bad decision? Should I have just let Bo die? I don't think I should have just let Bo die, though. You dive to the floor, panicked, your ears ringing uncomfortably. I don't want to click. I don't want to find out who got shot. I don't want it to be Avery. No more shots follow. You open your eyes, readjusting to the gloom. Shit. It was Avery. Oh shit. Oh no, 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 not you, kid. Avery is gasping on the ground near Bo. Their patterned shirt is stained with their own blood. God, what have I done? First the boy, now you. He raises the gun to his head. Nobody left to do better than this. Julius. I feel like I fucked this up good and proper. But whatever Avery was about to say is silenced when Julius pulls the trigger. Once again, the world feels quiet in the aftermath of the gunshot. Julius's body slumps against the wall, limp and dead, a bullet hole smouldering at his temple. Good fucking riddance. The room's attention is drawn to the sound of horrific, inhuman gurgling punctuating the groans of human agony. It would seem that you did not quite manage to finish the job. Move it before it grabs him again. Sasaki, Bo, alive, can live. The baby can have me. What? No. No, 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 no. 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 But we can get the doctor to fix you. You might not even be dying. No, this is it. Please let it be for something. You and your desire to be infected with a parasite. I bet you wanted this all along, didn't you? Avery attempts a laugh but stops, wincing. It crossed my mind. Please hurry. Talk hard. No, I'm not doing it. Avery, I'm so sorry, but this thing has to fucking die. You strike at the creature's malformed flesh one last time, permanently removing it from the world. Its last connection to its womb has been severed, and the house groans unnaturally, straining at the meat that infiltrated its wall. Straining as the meat that infiltrated its walls dies. The faucet in the corner of the room, finally unclogged, bursts to life, and water pours out onto the dirt floor, mixing with the fresh blood and tissue into a charnel house slurry. And the vines blocking the door go slack. We'll be okay, kid. I've held out this long. You can too. Avery's quiet now. Words seem too strenuous. Kid? Fuck, I got an achievement for Avery dying. I feel like this went about as bad as it could have gone. I mean, I don't know if any other options are any worse, obviously, but this feels like I've really made a mess of things. Is Bo even still alive? Is just everyone dead? Your hands are wet, the water's spreading, pooling around you, making the floor slippery with mud. Somebody help call Doctor. Okay, Bo's still alive at least. Doc, you still up there? Room's clear. Dr. Kelly rushes down the now unblocked stairs, her eyes wide with horror at the scene in the basement. I mean, you and me both. What the hell happened down here? Bo, can you hear me? Uh-huh. Am I getting a checkup? I've been shot as well, ma'am. The diner kid, Avery too, need hospital. I'd better make some calls. Everyone, stay with me. Are we not gonna turn the water... I mean, we could turn the water off. Let's get the hell out of here. Fast, before it floods. It's up to your chest now. There's no denying it. What are you talking about? There's no water. What? But there is. You just can't see it. Because his words are swallowed by the flood. You feel like you're choking. There's water in your lungs, or there should be. Your ears are filled with the sound of a rushing current. It's cold and dark, and there are people screaming somewhere. What the hell is going on here? There are bodies in the water with you. They're all dead. 1,000 corpses, 1,000 homes, all torn to pieces. But the flood recedes. It hasn't happened yet. You are the mother of a daughter, and your daughter has told you about her terrible dream. It's going to kill everyone. You're not the one who had the vision. Not yet. It's only been described to you by the daughter you've been teaching, as your mother taught you. You're the only one who can stop it, Mother, but you won't be strong enough. Her words are heavy. What the fuck is going on? Of course I'll stop it. Don't worry so much, daughter. I'm cutting threads. No, Mother, I've seen it. You will try to stop it, and you will die. But there is another path. Take my power. I give it willingly. But I want you to be your own person. I can't do this to you. I can't lose you. You will lose me in any path but this. If we do nothing, we will die with everyone else. If we flee, I will have the weight of 1,000 lives on my shoulders. I couldn't live. I would be lost either way. This is the way it must be. Okay. Accept and take your daughter back. You accept your daughter's decision. She is not the child she once was, and there's a confidence in her that you have no choice but to respect. You take her back. Her power becomes yours. The flood does not come. The village is saved, and no one ever knows the sacrifice that was made for their lives. No one but you. What the hell is going on? Years have passed. You outlive everyone you used to know. You move on. You meet new people. You start a new life. You have another daughter. This time the vision is yours. The piece of your first daughter that lives in you shows you what is coming. Rotting bodies in the streets, the smell of sickness on the wind, church bells ringing for an endless parade of funerals, an entire city whose gates will never reopen, everyone inside the walls falling to the curse of plague. You are among their number, your body no longer strong enough to heal even itself. You are not enough to stop it. Not as you are. There's another path, a narrow thread. If you were stronger, you could tug at it and unravel the tapestry of the future. Mother, what's wrong? Your daughter will never be as strong as you are, not after what you had to do. But she still carries in her some strength. Enough. Explain it to her as it was explained to you. You tell her what's coming. You explain what she has to give up, what you both have to give up. You love your daughter after all. You will miss her as you miss your first daughter. She is angry. Even when you try to explain that she will be a part of you, that she won't die, she cries and cries, and then she tries to run away from you. Fate is attempting to cut its loose thread. The entire city rests on this decision. Stop her from leaving. You do not let your daughter run from you. No plague comes. The city never knows it would have been a ruin. But there is an unhappiness in you. She didn't understand, and what you took of her is angry, confused, restless. You have to carry that with you. It's part of the burden of what you are. Though no one knows the depth of what you've done over the years, you've not escaped notice. You find yourself in a capital, in a place whose name has changed too many times to count. A war is brewing. The eyes of those who hold fate in their hands are on you, their lips asking which threads to pull and which to cut. And the tapestry is once again revealed to you. The war rages and it never stops raging. Bleeding that spans generations, children born to die, decades of pain that leave a raw wound on the world. Or it ends before it begins. The few die for the sake of the many. You can guide powerful hands to crush those that need crushing, if only you have more power of your own. You call your daughter to you. You raise them differently these days. The disquiet left by the reluctant daughter taught you a permanent lesson. They don't need convincing anymore. They are ready to return to you whenever you need them. Take her back and stop the war before it starts. This daughter joins her sisters easily, as she has been trained to do. You're the only one who will remember her sacrifice and her name. A small rebellion is crushed before it becomes a revolution. The people in power are happy. You leave. You don't want to see any more visions of war. You set your sights on a place where there are no kings. And yet, even an ocean away, power finds you. A man with aspirations. Anyone can hold power here, you've discovered, if they're vicious enough to want it. Whoops. I clicked twice. You don't see a future where he ever grows more powerful than you can manage, not until the vision comes. A war like none the world has witnessed, a fledgling nation devoured in the nest. A man who sits on a throne where none was meant to be, the world under his cruel fist, bowing to its crushing weight. The very ocean stained red by his influence. He's already on his way. You realise it too late. You've been too close to him to see it. Your choices have already narrowed. The war is coming, whether you strike now or not. The loose thread sticking out from a mass of blood, with you too weak to grasp it. But you have a daughter. You always have a daughter. Until you don't. Take her back and erase the man before his name can mean anything. She joins the sisters, as is her destiny, and you remove him from the world. The hole where he was is filled by lesser men, none of whom remember whose shoes they're stepping into, and none of whom can hope to command in the way he would have. Blood is spilled. Less blood. But you still feel every drop. You hide yourself away from the world. You and your daughter. The visions still find you, but here they're small, their decisions simple. You make them all the same, helping where you can. A storm halted, a conflict settled. Until one day, when you are shown a dark pit. Splintering woods. Debris trapping everyone inside, bodies burning as the very rock catches fire, children screaming as their flesh bubbles, then silence as lungs fill with smoke. You know the choice that lies in front of you. I mean, she didn't, right? Take her back. She joins her sisters, as so many have before her. The disaster is averted, lives are saved, and you have another daughter. But that's not what happened. Not this time. You take your daughter's hand and you look her in the eyes. They're green like yours. You don't want to do it this time. You stare out over the hills together as the plume of smoke rises into the air, but you can't hear the screams from here. You assume you'll die one day like anyone else. After all, you're long past due. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to know your grandchildren before you go. Then the man comes, and with him, a vision. He's already decided. He's bringing something here. Something ravenous that doesn't belong, but that has been pressing at the very edges of your world, trying to find a way in. It has its way now, whether you help him or not. More of the thread you followed comes into focus, and for the first time you follow it beyond your death. Disaster after disaster, crisis after crisis. Thousands of years of little cuts that you weren't there to mend. On and on it goes, longer than you can ever hope to follow. Its toll eternal and incalculable. But there's a new thread too. If you are patient enough, if you are strong enough when the moment finally comes, if you do everything right, you can devour this thing that sits outside the world. And it will give you so much power that you will never have to take back a daughter again. You could fix as many things as you'd care to fix. Floods. Plagues. Wars. Kings. You look into her green eyes, so much like yours. You can't. But you did. take her back and summon the entity into the world. You welcome her back, and as you have with every daughter before her, and you help the man. He's arrogant. He cheats the thing from another world in every way he can. He wastes your time. There will have to be more daughters before the day comes that this will be over. But days and daughters come and go, and you are very patient. You have to be. If you're to stop the hurt that would scar a world without you there to guide it. That's Kanika, right? Now you are here, on the cusp of the end. The final daughter. You? What are you doing here? Are you real? No, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you're a dream or not. I've already made my decision anyway. Don't bother trying to talk me out of it. I finally have a real purpose. And now that I know what that purpose has always been, I can't go back. Or it would hang over me for the rest of my stupid small life. What? What exactly is she trying to prevent? Do you even know? That thing that Enoch brought, whatever it is, breaking out and causing havoc, and all those disasters my mum will be able to stop if she takes power for herself. I'm so much smaller than all of that, but in this moment, I can be what stops it. I can be big enough. My life can be meaningful. I forgot you. I can't believe it all day. It's just like you didn't exist. It's okay. It's part of all this. Soon enough, you can go back to forgetting and it'll be like all this never happened. You won't even need to be upset about it. How do we know any of that really happens? Doubt all you want, but I'm not taking that chance. Because if I turn back now, I'll know everything my mum could have stopped will be my fault. What? Do you really feel like you have to sacrifice yourself for your life to have meaning? Working at a shitty little general store in a dying town? Yes, I would call that pretty meaningless. You don't have to do this, Kanika. Yes, I do. You saw what's going to happen if I don't. What am I supposed to do? Go back to my normal life after this, knowing how many people are going to suffer through the generations because I was too selfish to save them? How could I ever live with myself? Same way any of us do. You're not solely responsible for the fate of the world, and neither is she. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I should only ever make choices that benefit me. Sometimes people have to make decisions that hurt them in order to do the most good. People have to pay taxes or donate kidneys or, you know, things that aren't pleasant but that help people and make the world work. I'm happy to do this. I am. Stop trying to convince me I'm not. What if you have value outside of what you do for other people? What if you deserve to live? Use all the manipulative wording you want. I know this is the only way my life is ever going to have any value. I'm a college dropout in a dead-end town working a dead-end job, lying to myself that I'll get out any day, yet still pretending I'm better than other people just because I still see myself as someone who got out, even though I'm just as stuck as everyone else. I have to do this, Sasaki. It doesn't matter if you understand, because soon you're going to forget that you ever met me. It's what's best for everyone. It's alright, dear. There's no need to let Sasaki talk you in circles. You're being so brave. Sasaki, you have no idea of the kind of danger you're putting yourself in by being here. You think you're doing the right thing, but all you're doing is dooming countless lives, starting with yours. Tabitha too. I'm sure you've noticed how stressed she's been. She carries an incredible weight on her shoulders, but she can finally be free if you let me do what needs doing. Kanika can't save you on her own, but I can. I'm only able to tell you so much, but I tried to show you what I could. I hoped you would be able to trust me by now, for your sake. This is the only way your story gets a happy ending. What's supposed to happen to Miles after all of this? Are you just going to abandon him or something? Of course not. Do you think I haven't had other children in the past? I just become something else to them. Someone who still loves them. He won't be alone. He'll still have both of us, just in a different way than he used to. The question you should be asking is what will happen if you stop this from finishing? Do you think Miles will be better off with a broken family in a town where everyone stays trapped? Let him be free to have a future, Sasaki. This is all horrible! Oh, man, why is this all on me? Sybil, I don't feel super good about doing this. I know how unpalatable this feels, Sasaki, but pull back the curtain and it's a far kinder choice than anything you've been party to this week. How does a gentle exit compare to locking Rhys Kelly away in that tiny room for the rest of his life? Do you think he'll ever be well enough to leave? Unlike Duke, who left behind a widow and a son to mourn him, Kanika's memory will be but a passing breeze. There won't be anyone to hurt from her loss. Even you'll forget her as soon as she's gone. The burden of remembering her is mine and mine alone. When you ran after Becca and Alexis, you courageously left Rosalina Gutierrez maimed for life. Just now, you chose to destroy the parasites attached to Bo Calloway, but at such an unforeseen cost. I don't think you've made any wrong choices, Sasaki. Enoch's legacy has simply stacked the deck against you. My daughter is one person, and she won't die in the traditional sense of the word. She'll be here, with me and her sisters. It will be gentle, like stepping into a pool. All of these lingering threads left by your decisions can still be mended, if you let her help me. Why should I trust you after everything that just happened with Julius? Oh, the baby? The one who was supposed to keep incubating until the pumpkin had shriveled in the field? I gave very clear instructions, you know. It isn't my fault the Calloways decided it was their property, or that he decided to hatch it while it was still hungry. I saw the possibility, I won't lie to you about that, but I see many possibilities. It was just as likely the baby would consume him before anyone was the wiser, or that the pumpkin would be taken to the fair and the thing inside would die where no one could see it suffering. Sometimes, Sasaki, pain is unavoidable. Julius wanted a fix for everything that had gone wrong for him over the decades of his life. I couldn't provide that, not after who he had decided to become. It was already too late to stop those consequences from reaching him. What you're doing now is inviting a future with more pain. Please, let me choose the kindest path instead. Did you know I was going to wind up here? Doesn't this throw a wrench into your plans? I did see the possibility. No, inevitability, I suppose. I'd hoped it would be all over before you could find me. I know it can be unpleasant to watch. I'd hoped to spare you, even if I knew in my heart that all the worthwhile roads for you to walk would bring you here right before I could finish my work. But your being here only throws a wrench into things if you're unable to grasp the weight of what you're about to do. So ask as many questions as you need to, explore all avenues. I will answer until you understand. Why can't you just be direct? Why all this mystery? Those are the rules. Every bargain has its rules. She must be referring to the deal she struck with Enoch, or the deal Enoch had struck with her. It must have demanded her silence as a condition. And what about this bargain? What rules would I be agreeing to? This isn't a bargain. I was always going to help you. After all, I intend to break the structures that have been holding everyone in place. I have no interest in building a new prison. I want to see what happens. Let her finish what she started. Even though you do not utter a single word, the witch understands your intent. You don't have to see this part. I'll come back when it's done. Bye, Kanika. The dream fades back in around you. For a second, you struggle to remember why you were here. There's an odd weight in your chest, some negative emotion that now feels unmoored from its source. You were looking for someone, or maybe you'd found them, but... Oh, that's right, you were trying to find Carmilla. Who? Sasaki, I'm so glad you were able to find your way here. I was worried everyone had forgotten about me. I don't know how long I've been stuck here. Hope it's not too late. We need to get back to town. We have to help Stella and Tabitha and everyone else. But before that... She wraps her arms around you, pulling you into a hug. She smells like herbal smoke and pine needles, with the vaguest undercurrent of coconut. There's comfort in the smell. It reminds you of something, and when she pulls away, you find yourself missing it, wishing you could keep chasing those half-forgotten dreams. But they're only dreams. Thank you, Sasaki, for caring enough to come and save me. Of course you cared. After the two of you spent all of yesterday looking for Stella together, even though you've only known each other a scant few days, it was only right that you come looking for her when she needed your help. I don't know what I would have done without you. Now let's get out of here before we both get sucked back into the dream. Was there someone else here? Those figures? The ones that were dancing around through with the illusions? All of this is meant to confuse us. Don't let it make you doubt reality. You and I are alone here. Everything else is a dream. What did I come to save you from? This place. It took me out of the world, trying to isolate me, to erase me. I mean, Avery's dead. You sweep her back up in your arms. Again, the smell of pine incense, all undercut with a warm tropical smell, strangely incongruous with the rest, yet adding a familiarity that makes you hold her even closer. Her dress is soft, accentuating the gentle curves of her body. Warmth builds between you. This is safety. The arms of this woman who you barely know, yet feel like you've known forever. Let's get out of here. Yes, let's start down the path fate has laid for us. She twines her fingers in yours. Thank you, Sasaki. Thank you for coming to save me. She tugs gently, and the world shifts nauseatingly around you. Feels like you're being buoyed upwards, ascending rapidly, the dream rushing away like water down a drain until finally you surface. You're outside. It's raining. You have no idea where you are. Tulip? Janie? It's the end of chapter 5. Only one major content update remains until the story reaches its conclusion in the final chapters. That did not go where I was expecting it to go. But that was so awesome. I feel really bad about some of the decisions I made. However, on the plus side, I'm going to play through it a gazillion more times now. That's probably my whole weekend gone. Other than Sherlock Sunday, which will be happening on Sunday. Probably. And it will probably be a long old while before the next episode comes out. So, when the next episode comes out, I will do another playthrough from scratch. And we will probably get something completely different. And maybe Avery won't die in a basement. We shall see. Oh. Hardcore mode. Every trait in Scarlet Hollow provides an opportunity to avoid making a game-defining sacrifice. Hardcore mode removes these opportunities, but you'll be able to select a third trait. Even with your new abilities, this is the darkest world state. By clicking continue, you agree to suffer. Okay, well, I'm not. It's bedtime, and I just want to run. So let's see if there's anyone around to raid. What time even is it? Yeah, it's like midnight. Everyone is playing Resident Evil. Kay's not. Kay's playing Subnautica. Let's go to Villa. Playing Resi Evil. So, copy the raid message, paste it when we get there. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope to see you on Sunday for Sherlock Sunday. Why is it not letting me copy the raid message? There we go, thank you. Until next time. Bye bye.